reprisal. And we are live! Hi, everybody! Where's Jelly? Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh, is the bean not here? Oh my god, oh, the bean arrived! The bean arrived! Linkster, good to see you, glad to have you. Koshek, lolly ho! Auroria, glomping everyone present. Ah, because I see it as a 2008 in middle school. Good to see you, glad, or a convention. Good to see you, glad to have you, Auroria. I has been glomped. Oh god, Ray went back in time too. Lolly ho, Jalali, Blinkster, Grahandeed. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers. No spoilers mean anything from Endwalker. Any major reveal from any expansion. If you wouldn't have wanted it spoiled for you, then don't spoil it for others. Although everything up to what we've gotten is fine. Issa, good to see you, glad to have you. You said you were gonna sleep. Go to bed. Go to sleep. Cal, good to see you, glad to have you. Jellybean, good to see you, glad to have you. Lolly ho. Artemis, good to see you, glad to have you indeed. Lolly ho. I glomp who I want to glomp. No, I don't care. That'll be 32 in a month. So I definitely have been exhausted lately, so I may have tried to take a nap and then nearly slept in through the start of stream. So I spent the past 30 minutes. I set my alarm for 2:30 instead of 2. So I didn't have all my shit put together. I didn't level my monk so that we could do the next thing. So we're gonna do that quick. I've got Willow and Lord. Can I get a wave from anyone else who would like to join in real quick for getting monk a quick level up to 50? Arzri. And then, oh wait, just 1 second. Oh, wait, no, that's our 4, we're good. Okay, we're at 47, which means that our options are either to actually do an Aurum Vale run, or to do a level. I don't know, the level will actually get me there. But then again, we won't have to. Well, Aurum Vale's the last one that's 47. You know, our other option actually is to just go ahead and do Sam. It's probably more important that we do Monk right now. So let's go ahead. We'll do a quick Aurum Vale run. That will get us most of the way to 50. Don't bring any blonde Mikotes with you. I hear the Morble like them. In the next expansion, someone fucking dies. That's almost certainly a given. I mean, frankly, let's be real here. How's everybody doing? Would you humor me by speaking of your days, giving me something from which I can energize and bounce off of? Get my juices going. Jubilant! Good to see you, glad to have you. I don't know them perfectly yet. You may want to move on, because if you move on, nope, okay, no, we already pulled it. If you keep moving with in Aurum Vale, you want to pull straight to in here, because then you can avoid any extra ads, including that giant toad. Because you won't aggro. You know, I mean, maybe that's an interesting topic. Let's just talk about perfectly running Aurum Vale. You want to basically get everything. You want to pull it around to the side here, so that everything loses line of sight and has to come in on you. And the thing is, if you don't run into the Ochu, you'll yeah, perfect archery. You'll end up you're basically good in gold. There's a couple of things like that in Aurum Vale, which if you do, you're just gonna make your life faster and easier. And I feel like those are part of the things that people don't do that make them hate Aurum Vale as much as they do. Ooh, fancy, good luck with that. Oh, I had a meeting with an organization that helps young writers. I'm really excited to get that started. Nice! Having a foot in the door somewhere can really go a long way and really help. I spent the rest of the day doing a POV exercise, the second person POV, my beloved. I was just reading someone else's work. Someone sent me on some of their archive of their own works for some Final Fantasy fan fiction asking what I thought of it. And it was really interesting because they used a point of view. I'm actually forgetting which point of view is which all of a sudden. But they used a point of view that I don't typically use. I use a different... Actually, I have to remember. Maybe Artemis. Here's good. You want to quickly explain the difference between first and second and third? I totally forget which is which. I mean, first person is easy. First person is, you know, from the person's perspective. Third is, you know, from a meta narrator. But then, like, I don't fully remember what defines second, I guess, is actually. Do I have my buff? Oh, I've been forgetting to eat. That's why I'm hurting. Sorry, Archery, I think I just took your fruit. That's on me. I got too busy thinking about first, third, and second person. First is I, second is you, and second is he, she, they. Yeah, okay. I don't know why, but I never liked second person. I think I always inhabit either, whenever I'm writing narrative, it's always, you know, actually, let me think about that. What is it when I'm writing narrative? I feel like I either strongly go with like third or first for the entirety of the time. Second is weird and rare and I love it. Yeah. Any particular reason why? Black Flame, good to see you, glad to have you. Second person is viewing the main character as another character in the story. Yeah. Rather than as from a meta narration. Second person is rare, really rare, yeah. I do know it's really rare, though I haven't been entirely, I haven't like looked into, you know, what the cause of it to be non-standard is. Is it the insertion of self being, rather than the insertion of a character point of view, or like a meta, full, you know, removed awareness? Is it because those two are typically how people tend to engage in narrative, rather than like acting, which effectively would be something more akin, well, I guess not really, because you're still not in control of the narrative, you're only just another perspective in it, but yeah. So yeah, basically with this, yeah, perfect, Archery. Okay, yeah, Archery, you know what you're doing. Sweet. One thing I would recommend is if you pull on, you can avoid those, yeah, Veil Wasp, yeah, you're fantastic. Fantastic. Yep, I'm pulling in, perfect. That's Barry, good to see you, glad to have you. Second person is really rare, but gotten used to it with some fanfic, especially for people to self-insert while it's easier to read you. Interesting. Oh, that's really fascinating. Okay, that's one of its potential uses is self-insertion. The non-standard is because people don't like being told what to do. I mean, right, but like, is there a kind of an irony in that, and people like trying to break the bounds of the norm, but then kind of falling into cliche by doing that in and of themselves, rather than just doing what feels appropriate to them? Not to say that that doesn't just feel appropriate to them. I'm just always like, and I'm not talking about like, oh, everyone who goes against the grain is, you know, doing that, but I'm more just thinking about, you know, the edgy teenager who's trying to be different for the sake of being different rather than to an effect. Yeah, the non-standard is because people don't like being told what to do. From what I've heard, it's intimate and distant at the same time in a way that can be off-putting. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Because it is both, it's a half measure. I will say, not having a ranged attack can suck, but at least you do have meditation. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. I like it because it's disassociative and strange. It's perfect for my character where third is too general and he never admit a lot of things in first person. Interesting. I mean, isn't that the beauty of language, though? You can give such effects with, I haven't thought about this before, but oh, you can also, if you walk around, if you go around the side of that archery, you can actually skip some of them. You typically can avoid pulling all but the Veil Knights. Actually, well, Veil Wasps at least you can skip. I think it allows for really close headspace even better than first person. Really? How come? I think narrator in Stanley Parable is considered second person because he's the narrator. Third person, he's also a character who interacts with and speaks directly to you. Is that shifting? Does he shift between the two? Or does he constitute then the whole time because from like a meta-narrative standpoint, even though when he's acting the third person, he's technically within the second person? That becomes fascinating. That's a fascinating point of discussion. Like, even if he is projecting on, if a character speaks in the first person, but the fundamental awareness of their narrative and how they're actually talking in the broader sense is, you know, second person, are they speaking first person at that moment, or are they affecting first person dialogue while still speaking in the second person? That's in conclusion, words hard, words weird. I mean, I don't know if you know this about language, but language is a fucking trip. He shifts, Stanley, open the door. No, Stanley, I told you the red door. Yeah, but my question is his lack of awareness, does he shift between, yeah, I totally follow what you're saying, Black Man. I think that's the reasonable takeaway. My question is more like, especially in a game that's about meta, not just analyses, but engagement, was he always forcibly engaging with you, and whether he was aware of it or not, in that way? Yeah, because when you read I, it still sounds like that character is talking about themselves. I did the thing, yep. The thing is still a separate person. But if you read you did the thing, it's like how you play a video game and different than watching a movie. Yeah. Wait, does that mean, actually, that's a question. Does, does that mean, text adventures is second person narration? Was that like one of the most predominant examples of it then? I wonder if like I wonder what are the like most predominant examples. But that totally makes sense if you're coming from a video game background, why that would appeal more and why that would be, you're used to placing yourself within the purview of another character's perspective, but like also being that character at the same time, not just them being a separate entity in and of itself. So that, yeah. And I guess if you're used to something like RP or something like, all the more so. Yes, they're a big example of second POV. Yeah. Do you have other examples? Do you guys have other examples that are off the top of your head? Eat something else. Thank you. I did eat before we started. Thank you, Lord, for the reminder. Thank you for humoring me with this conversation this early in the stream. It gives me some energy to get going with. We're not going to 2. Well, I'm going to hold off just in case. Fuck it. Back when I RP'd, it was always third person. Interesting. Most people in the forum also wrote in third person. Really? First and second always felt awkward to me to write in. That, okay, actually, Demins, I would love to interrogate that. One of the reasons I want to interrogate that is because you are comfortable RPing. but the first person is and second person, but like is uncomfortable. I guess I would have found that the sheer act of engaging in that kind of acting, for lack of a better term, would be the more likely thing to be uncomfortable than the perspective of actually inhabiting that character, since isn't that part of the joy. But I'd love to get what nuance might be missing there. I saw a great video years ago talking about the game that has SPS and goes into third person over the shoulder, but at one point the cam goes into the helicopter that's locked on you, but the cam is locked you. That's actually a couple games have done stuff like that. Okay, we need to do one more leveling roulette. And I'm gonna go ahead and unquit my clothes. Elio getting naked. What else is new? Also, thank you, guys. I just love seeing all you guys here. I don't know, man. I remember used to be playing MMO games, so... Dest, are you cheering because I fucking am getting naked? I'm getting naked so that we get a lower level dungeon, because then it'll be faster. But... MMOs for such a long time for me were until, like, really adulthood. Oh, hell yeah! This is fast as shit! Sweet. So it being a much more social experience past, many years. I mean, before T, yeah, I had good friends who I played games with, but it didn't really come into the fore until adulthood. It's been lovely. I think shows your own adventure and reader inserts are the most common second-person fiction. I don't know too many examples in published literary space. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, though, too, right? Because, like, second-person broadly makes more sense as an expression of self in a way that it isn't necessarily... Unless you have, like, a specific genre or format within, like, more, like, traditional literary situations. I can understand why that'd be less common. Whereas those specific formats do lend themselves to it. I got the Dragon Heavensward Relic weapon a few days ago. Nice, Sean. Also good to see you. Glad to have you. I was watching a video on this earlier today, so there's an example listed in it, but I'm not familiar with them. Oh, like what? Did you happen to know what? Raiji, thanks for the 4 months. I hope you enjoy Archon and your lovely, lovely emotes. Kinda gotta gobble boom. Reckoning comes! It's been a long time since I had to pull out Garuda. I think I have like one more time I'm gonna get to pull her out. Unless I pull her out for Eden. I was reading one example today, How to Be Another Woman by Laurie Moore, which video called Second Person Instructional. Ooh, interesting. That was easy. Since this is YouTube, we are contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray Ray. Indeed. Hey, now I can do positionals. Now Dest can, me and Dest can both run out of True North charges together. Ooh-wah. Ooh-wah? Craigasm? Now fall. Oh, I see. Okay. I need to go buy some equipment quick, or at least I need to at least go buy some swords and then, or guitars or whatever, and then we will do the monk quest and then we'll get started. 3.4 is pretty jam-packed, so we're gonna, we got Zelfaltal today, so if anyone wants to do Zelfaltal with me, we'll be able to do that. We're also gonna have to do Warring Triad. I just realized I haven't done the Warring Triad, which actually gives us a, you know, if we do 3.4 today, Warring Triad on Monday, and then 3.5 on next Tuesday, that I think that will work out really well. Independent Jeweler, Independent Apothecary, Independent Battlecraft? Nope. Well, fuck it. Why don't I just buy it from the market board? Why didn't I just use my tomestones? That would have been a lot easier. Ah, that's fine. I'll use it for Sam or something. Okay. Do I still have the funny pants on? No, I don't have the funny pants on. Okay. Atelier! Good to see you. Glad to have you. You missed Brandon yesterday. I was missing you. He gave us the evil smile, and I thought of you. I figured I'd pop in for a short bit before I wander off. Yeah, always good to have you. Was working on my new character, Raiji, for a bit, but figured to take a brief break before I wandered to get food. Yeah! Always glad to have you, man. Why do I always do that? Why do I always wander away from the crystal? Goldsmith. Never really thought about it since it was natural for me to write in third person when RPing, but I think it was since it was a public forum that anyone could read third person just flowed. Because it's an observation of what's going on in the area around you rather than you professing what you are doing as an individual. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Better when reading on a post after another while going down and giving a thread. Yeah. Yeah. My theory was correct. Correct, I tell you. This will be the greatest academic breakthrough of my life, perhaps of all lifetimes. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Eric. I shall spare you the details of my experiment, as you are not like to comprehend their significance anyways, and proceed directly to the all-important conclusion. The announcement of my theory before the council of my peers was met with thunderous applause, and I think I owe it all to the vacant-eyed adventurer and simpleton monk. Both you and the pugilist guild that sent you are due a debt of gratitude. Speaking of the monk, where in Eorzean has this, semi-literate oaf wandered off to? I took note of his attendance among the spectators at the conference, but he has yet to present himself and offer his congratulations. Ah! What have I done? Elio, I fear the words I have offered may have driven Wittogelt to attempt the insane. I analyzed the ethereal waves of his body, second by second, and I was able to isolate and identify those of the final ethereal regulation mechanism, the so-called 7th chakra. From that, I was able to find the land with which he was most likely to resonate with those waves. Silvertear Falls! I went to that site myself to investigate, and it was there that I made my great discovery. The discovery of the century, I might add. It occurs to me that you shall never accomplish such a feat of the mind. Elio, I find myself pitying you, but I digress. Do you not see what I have done, Elio? I have told him precisely where he needs to go to unlock the 7th chakra. He has given his life to fight to reclaim Alamigo from the Empire. More than anything, he desires the power needed to achieve that end. The power to combat the might of all Garlemald. Any fool can see that. Well, almost any fool can see that he imagines the 7th chakra to be that power. Yet battling the Empire on such terms will only result in another tragedy, like that which befell Alamigo. I pray you, do not mean to follow him in this fool's crusade. He has gone to Silvertear's Fall in Mordona. I am certain of it. You must go, Elio. You must stop him. My words will not sway him, just as they could not sway my son. Perhaps yours will. I do really appreciate that even from the beginning with ARR, they hint that like Eric's got more going on with him. I'm gonna go probably trade in my medium sub from Firehouse Subs, which is the thing they do on your birthday if you're part of the rewards club thing. Dope. Awesome. Michael, good to see you. Glad to have you. The stream is comfy and he's helping me retain details from MSQ since I just did the stuff. Thanks, Elliot. Absolutely. I am glad that it can be of either any entertainment or any use. And the idea that it's comfy and or useful for remembering MSQ stuff. That is no better use than that. Like, sincerely, like, you know, me getting to replay this, but also being able to help you guys out makes it so much more fun and so much more worth my time for me. Like, just replaying it for the sake of me would have been, like, fine, but, like, oh, but should I be working on something else? But getting to spend time with you guys while I do makes it just a good old time. It really is interesting why the Battle of Silvertear Falls that would resonate with the 7th chakra. Does that mean no one else would have resonated before that? I wonder. You claim the power of the Garlemald. Fools! Power outside of your own cannot be trusted. You had no hope of defeating me. Yeah, I gotta have Monk ready for a 60. We're almost at 3.5. The 7th chakra swells within me. Soon it will open. When it does, the Empire will burn. The power of Magitech. The power of Garlemald. They are nothing. Alamigo fell to these? Ah, brother, you are late. I mean, to be fair, Alamigo partly fell because of mainly because of the Civil War, and Alamigo weakened itself so that Garlemald came in and was able to kick their ass. But perhaps that is best. I have just attended to our Garlean guests. I wanted us to be alone. Eric was right. This is the place. You have come. Our chakra beats as a drum. Do you not feel it, brother? Living in constant fear of death, struggling to stay warm enough to sleep, eating crumbs to fight hunger. Garlemald took everything from Alamigo. They left us nothing, not even our pride. Look to the Craven teacher. He is proof of the truth I speak. I will reclaim it, all of it, but I need great power to do so. The power rests in the 7th chakra. I made you a promise I have not forgotten. The 5th and final piece, it is yours to claim, but only if you defeat me. I told you when we first met, we monks seek sacred ground. There we train. That is how the chakra are opened. The teacher told me himself, this is where the 7th chakra opens. This is my secret battleground, the ground of battle between you and me. Your strength has peaked. Through it, mine will grow. Do not despair. Your death will have purpose. It will be for Alamigo. Rejoice, brother, in the glory of combat. You shall die a martyr! I wanted us to be alone, Elio. At least buy me dinner first. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not that hard to get a date with Elio, let's be honest. I wonder, is Elio poly? The 7th chakra must be open, and only your death will serve, Alamigo. I have to think about that. I wonder if Elio is polyamorous. I wonder if we'll ever get a poly relationship in any capacity in 14. I doubt it. It seems highly unlikely that we'd see that represented, but... Gonna switch to Sam at Kugane? Exactly, Michael. That is exactly what the plan is. We're gonna do, and then we're still debating whether or not we want to switch back, but only one can, and it will be mine. The future of Alamigo depends on it. I'm thinking when we head back to Garabania, we'll switch back to Monk because of the CG part of the trailer. Now, the CG is not always accurate, so, but, the energy within me swells. Come, let us end this now. I'm thinking that I want to do Monk when we go back to Garabania, and I'm gonna switch back to Samurai after that because of the Shadowbringers trailer. RP for me was less than having a character and more holding a conversation with them in my head and asking them what they do. Still a unique presence that wasn't me, but less directly involved. Okay, yeah. Then that even further, you know, explains, right? Why second narration would be off-putting for you. That's not far off from how I RP too. I don't want to be the person, I want to study the person by inhabiting them. Interesting. I guess I can do that without needing to investigate that. I can just play that all out in my mind. So beyond doing it to inhabit that character and act, act as them, I wouldn't need another person to interrogate them. I can just put two characters in my mind and have them engage with each other and then bounce off that. So close. Why? Why will you not yield your power for the greater good? Well, I mean, arguably, Warrior Blade is probably more greater good than the restoration of Alamigo in and of itself singularly. Stay back! The power is mine! The others of Eorzea ignore our suffering. Why should I care for their lives? Why should I care for yours? I must have that power. I must protect my people. This is really the setup for Stormblood in a lot of ways. So, like, if you've never done this, I highly recommend it, especially if you're going to replay the MSQ. Elio, that power. Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh! Actually, Tilliard, that's a really good point. No, I actually think there's something there. If there's some questions of non-monogamy in that. From the wise words of my favorite anime character, beat his ass, young Midoriya. Ah, there's the light. Never have I seen anything like it. Is that the opening of the 7th chakra? Fascinating. Simply fascinating. I don't know why I enjoy doing Eric so much. You have no mind for study, but your gift for fieldwork is extraordinary indeed. Why? Why did you strike me? Because you're a dumbass. Effectively. Silence, you bloody fool! You oaf! You idiot! I would strike you 1,000 times more if it did not pain my hand so. Ugh. Next time I shall bring a stick. Gemini, good to see you, glad to have you. Bucker opening your infernal chakras and open your bloody ears for once! Sid Garland of the Ironworks, and that bears his name, once wrote that these Silver Tier Falls lie at the center of our world. Our world is round, and we live on its surface. Even you should see. Then that he did not speak of a center in the physical sense.
This is relevant if you're doing Mist of the Realm and the Unfallos.
I am not an astrologian, nor a biologist, but I have studied enough of the various sciences to say this. The vital energies of Hydaelyn, that which is called Aether, is one and the same as the life force within which you monks believe. As the center of our world, these Silver Tears Falls are connected to what you call chakra in the inexplicably profound ways. Interesting, it's not the Battle of Silver Tier Falls that caused it, it's that Silver Tier is a confluence point that allows the chakra to be, the 7th chakra to be opened. Okay, that is a really important distinction. We all share in the same existence. We are neither separate nor distinct from the world. Our energy is its energy, and they are one. At times, the energy may wreak havoc and destruction, but it plays a far grander and more significant role. To bring forth life. As part of this world, you must endeavor to do the same. You sought only to gain power by force. In that, you are no different than the very Garleans you seek to destroy. Is that what you truly wish to be? You speak pretty words, but would you speak them to our people? To every soul who has suffered? Oh, man. To children with empty bellies, to wives made widows. What about husbands with lost sons? I would. To every last soul among them. Even if they failed to grasp their meaning, as you do now, I would and will speak those words until they are understood. Long have I studied the history of this realm's wars. If there's aught I have learned, it is that there's no future for Eorzea should her people struggle and vie for power without considering the consequences of their doing so. With great power comes great responsibility. Okay, Uncle Ben. To seize the former and deny the latter is to beget despair. The duty we owe to one another, and to this world as part of it, is to use what power we possess to deliver a future full of life, not death. Can you truly not see the right in this? I will say, pretty much everything Eric says is not only spot on, but I'm in ardent support of, so. Here. Not the assholery. I think, as Demins or one of you guys put it yesterday, Eric's right. He's just a dick. You have done the realm, indeed the world, a great service, Elio. As a scholar, a teacher, and an Alamegan, as a man, I offer you my deepest thanks. You talk funny science, man. From the wise words of my favorite anime character. I mean, he's AFK and still limits us, so the possibilities via G-pose are endless. I didn't say whether or not people are in a relationship with him, or whether or not he's in a relationship with other people, but that is a fair point, Destin. Why do I have a feeling you've already taken advantage of that to some extent? Yeah, I think Aenor is the closest thing you got right now. It's definitely the closest thing we got right now. I wonder if it's permanently the case. Not long ago, I spoke with a man, an Alamegan. He too was of the resistance. He asked me a simple question. Why do I fight? I did not hesitate. I did not think. The word came of its own will. Revenge. He said revenge is in all our hearts. That is the most common of reasons, the easiest, and the most dangerous. I did not think on it then. Perhaps now I should. I thought of nothing else, but you thought of me, brother. You and the teacher. For that, I thank you both. And so here's a shirt. It's literally the shirt off the back. I forget he actually gives you a shirt. I made a promise. I will keep it. The 5th piece is yours and meant for you, for one whose 7th chakra is open. That also explains why he changes his costume. Alamigo fought to protect itself. Alamigo fought to protect all of Eorzea from the Empire. Yes, And yet we are despised, ignored. Worse, we are forgotten. Even so, the teacher preached peace. For a long time, I did not understand. I hated him for it. Alamegans are a proud people. The pride is strong in me, and in the teacher as it was in his son. He fought in the resistance, yet it cost him his life. He too cursed his father for being a coward. I wish I could speak to him. I wish to tell him this is not so. Farewell, brother. May Ralgr watch over you. Would you actually participate in Aenor's threesome? Oh, would you actually? Oh, I missed that part of it today. Would I actually? I mean, if I'm being honest, absolutely. But, you know, like, I'm also just, like, what do you want from me? I can also do that as, you know, my novels just shoves characters at each other, now philosophical argue, but RPing with my friends leads to fun surprises. Yeah, I guess just talking about it from a standpoint of interrogating a character and seeing their reaction, but I see your point, you know. Unexpected things could happen engaging with other people. I just find that more often than not, it's more awkward and disconnected rather than meaningfully engaging with something new. Okay, that should be it. So let's go ahead and start doing MSQ now. Yeah, a solid 30 minutes. Let's get going. On to 3.4. Who's ready to re-meet Red Alphinaud? He's an egotistical asshole to the fullest. I called him a dick, continuously leveling monk. Tell me, for whom do you fight? His smug aura haunts me to this day. It's all hashtag all sweaty too. Ugh. What? I got a gift for you. Hands you his shirt covered in stain. Oh, that's what you're referring to, right? Sweat and blood. Silver, good to see you. Glad to have you. Mer. Stillel, good to see you. Glad to have you. Okay, but like, there are worse things in the world than being held in the strong arms of Rogan and Male while also being able to be affectionate on a female hero. I'm just saying. Please don't take that out of context. I don't know who that is. Who is Alphinaud? Oh, I only know Alice and Blue Alice. I know this was probably like quite a few minutes ago, but I just saw your thing about close in the distance, and you have my empathy and also my, yeah, good feel emotions. I mean, an AL today, awesome, because I don't spend enough time on this game already. Well, if you want to join RFC or our Crossroad Link Shell or join us, yeah, we'd love to have you more. We'd love to have you hang out with us. Oh, is this when I have dinner and definitely don't sleep with our, oh my god. Wow, Boreal, Amaric. Master Forgeron, you've come at the most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event. Sir Amaric de Boreal, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Templar Knights, and Viscount of House Boreal, cordially invites Master Forgeron to dine with him at his estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain that the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? I would, but I have the foggiest idea what to wear. Okay, this would definitely be the right answer, but I have to know what he says if I say this. You would ask me? Well, I am sure that a personal friend of Sir Amaric, you are at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man of note could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least that is what Lord Emmanuel has been heard to say. When you are ready, pray report to the Astrologicum, and a man of Household Boreal shall be waiting near there to escort you the rest of the way. I play my Warrior of Lights straight, so like it tends to be that I don't pick the joke answers. A lot of the joke answers I actually don't know what they say. Are you guys on Aether? We are on Crystal Curl. However, you can always do the cross-server teleport if you want to be able to play with us, even if you can't join the FC. Oof, I'm an Adamantoy's Aether for Road to 80. Yeah. You can still play with us, though. Is that why we refuse to drink? We feel it, he drugged it and actually want to be coherent for later. Look, you guys can be down bad for Americ all you want. And don't get me wrong, I'm down bad for Americ too. But like, Hien, though. Clothing is optional. Willow, this is your fault, and we're doing it. All I've got is my spear to give him. Greetings and well met, Master Forgeron. I have an honor and privilege to serve as head steward of House Boreal, though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller, and those of other noble families being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys an area moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I'm sure, but before this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Elias, good to see you, glad to have you. The gay ball emote is being colored right now, if only it was ready to go. Yeah, he ended the shit. I love that I'm still wearing my accessories. Doesn't even question it. Doesn't even, he's just happy. I mean, like, look, clearly this is what he wanted. I mean, for all we know right now, I'm not even wearing underwear.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
Oh, I'll suffer in my quest for the horn. Oh god, what have you guys done to me? This used to be a family-friendly stream. Oh, I am wearing underwear, okay. I love that y'all, you talk, you're having a good time, everything's fun.
Your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
The second I get naked, y'all start flooding the chat. Nakedly shaking my head at the wine is a fucking state of affairs. Lady, good to see you, glad to have you. Lady, yeah, I would recommend finishing that gay bulge because it may be appropriate for the stream at this point. Okay, that definitely looks like a shot where I'm just naked. Like, that looks like butt-ass naked. I blame all of you guys for getting me here.
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Triple date, Graha, American Us. Dude, these all sound like euphemisms, though perhaps a bit long for my liking. Why not join me on the next one? Well, okay, Sunshine and Lemon Cakes, that was not as much, but... Let's invite him on the triple date.
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust.
Oh, that smile,
Alas,
though, when you invite him.
much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention.
I wonder if...
Someday, perhaps.
I wonder if Garlemald's the farthest he's ever been from home.
By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain.
He doesn't have to beat it, he can just be a part of it.
I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question
Not
of
gonna
how
lie.
best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
Wearing nothing but a choker, I love it. Honestly, I thought you said for a second wearing nutkin choker, and that would be hilarious. Nothing but a nutkin choker. There's a nutkin earring. I don't know if there's a nutkin choker.
May I ask a personal question?
You may.
Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances.
Artemis.
Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
What do you think was going through his mind when he walked into the room to this?
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
The amount of angles that perfectly looked like I was not wearing anything was phenomenal.
For every ending marks a new beginning.
Look, Elio, I know you have the hots for him, but like,
From tragedy and
cold.
sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did he. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Who is this? Who's speaking during 3.4 and 3.5? Okay, before I put my clothes back on. This is for you guys. It's Brittany, bitch! Someone you know. Yeah, no shit, AC. I just don't know why I'm not recognizing them. Papalymo. Oh! Papalymo, of course. I'm just not as familiar with his voice and also hearing it in that way. I totally forget. Every time I listen to those scenes and I think, who is it? I then have to, like, re-remember. Like, that's, like, I think the third time that this has happened. Into Americ chambers, naked. He came. But which kind? He came, and then he came. I'm sure he came. And back to the plot. I blame you, Willow. And the rest of you.
Is that...
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Eorzean took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood.
Me too, Salil. Me too. And just the fact that it's such a wonderful, fantastic setup for Shadowbringers.
We came to Eorzea together,
which isn't for
hoping
another
to bring
expansion
salvation
yet.
to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous.
Salil, I've got some good news for you on our
For all our
upcoming cosplay
differences,
stream then.
She's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Alphinaud, is the Warrior of Light, is he with you? Don't go, there is something I must say. The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascients. Slaughtering the primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelphatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her.
It's funny because Zelphatol has to be in the midpoint because of how much happens after, but it's wild.
You must stop them.
Dude, so much happens in 3.4. Like, in a sense, almost more happens in 3.4 than 3.3.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
I suppose in a sense, though, 3.4, like, a lot only happens in retrospect, though, right? Because, like, the amount of importance of what goes on here with the Warriors of Darkness and how important Alphinaud becomes to you is partly why it feels so packed. Surely they won't let her... Yes, I know. We must trust in the Captain, Whitecape, and his chirurgeons. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for the days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attentions to matters whose conclusion we have yet the power to influence? Let me catch up on you guys. All y'all guys being horny on main, making fun of Renda Ray, horny on main because she's a hater. That's true. One of the two people that rushed here. I find Renda Ray the least interesting of the like stories too. the role quests. What kind of name is Jewel Mail? I mean, like, that's not really that off. I mean, like, not the weirdest name in Eorzea. What kind of name is Rune Tia? Yeah, Drune's a badass. Is Urian J a liar or a truther? Urian J is sometimes a emotional utilitarian where he was willing to sacrifice in order to pick the safer path for the safety of the people he cares for and for the wider world. And in doing so, will make decisions that some might deem somewhat immoral, even though he's trying his damnedest to do the right thing. And I mean, like, his whole arc is circled throughout all of up from, you know, ARR to Endwalker, and especially 3.0 to Endwalker is about contending with that duplicity and being such an incredibly compassionate and kind soul, but also with the ability to be duplicitous in order to try and save all that he cares for and loves. Dodge! Telling Ali, yeah, Ali say why 3.4 is relentless. Yeah, a lot happens here because it becomes heavier in retrospect. Yep. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivist. Thank you, Ray Ray. Seriously, at what point did we all decide to just be horny on main? I don't know. I think it's been a slow burn. I mean, not that it was exactly a slow burn, but I think it was like a dive in, and then it just like, and then I think I encouraged it far too much. Self-Lutol sounds like something you pick up at a pharmacy. Yes, it does. Hers is the only one I've done and enjoyed it well enough, to be honest. No, it's good. It's very good. It's just of the four, it's the one I like the least. The answer is yes. That's my secret, Captain. I've always been horny. It's 2022. We're allowed to be sincere in our horny. I mean, there's like a lot of people looking for outlets. That's all I'll say. You really put that eloquently. Thanks, Leo. Cringe is out. Sincere as horn is in. Dude, I will fucking stand. I will pledge allegiance. I will fight with a fury and a passion to get cringe out and sincere in, especially if it's sincere or horny on main. Yeah, Render Rays compared to the rest of the group has the least interesting story. Still, it was nice enough. Absolutely. It's not bad. It's not even fine. It's good. Do not get me wrong. It's good. But like the healer one and the tank one are, you know, and I even like the Albert and like the magic ones, I think are all really, really good. It's only weaker in contrast to the others. I still like her mean personality since it's very fun. I guess I don't find it fun, but yeah. I mean, that's the thing is I get more annoyed by mean personalities than I find them fun. So the Warrior of Dark... So the Warrior of Darkness and the Ascians are conspiring to bring about the Garuda's summoning, that they might put in Herds of the Sword. Then when we first encountered them in Lost Nath, when they were confronting Ravana... Gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphinaud? There is much more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alice risked her life to uncover the plot, and we squandered her gift at our peril. Elio, will you accompany me to Zelflutal and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. I'll be coming to the tea tree to get some of you guys in a second. We've been willing to suffer the beastmen's intrusions into Kurthan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. We shall have our fastest airships, Master Alphinaud. The mountains of Zelflutal are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Aymeric, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and the Ixal dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me that the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelflutal by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of camp knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure your safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zelflutal. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixali. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmond. In the event that Mistress Alice regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over you and keep you safe. I'll get to them eventually, yeah. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require at Camp Dragonhead. I'll get to them eventually. Yeah, I would recommend though, like, in general, roll quest. I mean, roll quest you have to do at least one to finish Shadowbringers. It won't let you continue. I would highly, 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 highly recommend that you just do all of them. Now you can do all of them later. There's a lot to be gained by doing them not later and instead doing them here. You know what? Why don't I unlock Zelphatol first? And for those of you who aren't aware where Zelphatol is, it's in the Abelathia's spine. So it's right here. So if you got Kurthus here, Zelphatol is over here. So it's interesting because in a sense it's actually closer to Gridania. But that's also why you see so Ixali in the Shroud as well, because their home is here. Although interestingly, I don't do any show up in Girabania. I can't think of any that show up, but I may be wrong. I haven't looked close to those maps in a while. The tank one I did not expect to hit as hard as it did. Yeah, the tank one hits hard. The healer one hits hard, but also has more like joy to it. The tank one is just kind of heartbreaking. Have you everything you required then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Natalin and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I have been informed that the House Fortomp's knights have already dispatched them. The enemy gate lies open. We need but walk through. You can see where she comes from with it back in 1.0. What happens if Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda combined? I mean, go play Eden. I would recommend just going to go play Eden. They become a Mega Sword. Yeah, the tank and healer world quests were both my favorite for Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Were they my favorite for both? I didn't love the tank one, but I like also don't have a huge affinity with Gridania. I really appreciate it, don't get me wrong. I think my favorites were probably healer and melee DPS. Although I will say I think ranged DPS is the only one that actually made me cry. Master Forgeron, Master Alphinaud, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something and don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelphatol and aid you as you see fit. Given the numbers we are like to encounter, a two-pronged approach may be best. Will the knights and I feign a larger attack to draw the Ixali attention? I suggest you and yours attempt to slip past their defenses and locate the site of the summoning ritual. If the guards are good, and you should only have to deal with some few patrols, but if they are not, you may be forced to do battle with the Warriors of Darkness. It's interesting too, right? Because if you think about the Ixali, right? We have a dungeon for the Ixali. We have Pagalthon for the Amalja. We have, I mean, Ramu's area and, you know, the Sylph lands for the Sylph. Now, it's not on Eorzea, but we have, you know, you have, the Tempest, really, in a sense, for you know, the Ondo / the Sahagin. With Kobolds, yes, we have the trial with Titan, and we also have the Kobold, you know, the outer Lenosia region. I would be interested if maybe we would get Ugomoro as I'm coming to you guys. Coming to as a Criterion dungeon. Like, imagine if Ugomoro was like that. The enemy's gate is down. At least my combat classes are all at least 60 or higher at this point. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you only need one for each role quest, though. You only need one of each role. Okay. Artillery, let's take you. Can I get 2 DPS as a healer that we didn't have last time? Can I get a wave for anyone who's interested? Oh, that's Black Flame. Oh, well, Black Flame, let me send you a friend request so I can see that's you whenever I pass by. You want to join Dest? Okay. Well, it's... Okay, can I get Dest on healer? I don't think there's any Ixali in Girabania. Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to go look, see if I can find something. Heartbreaking because big man cries. Yeah. At least my combat classes are all sifty. The enemy's gate is down. My favorite Endwalker role quests were healer DPS and ranged DPS. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of Gridania either, but the tank role quest gave me some feels ESP re-self expectations. Yeah, that makes sense. I totally, I mean, the thing about, are you talking in chat? Oh, you don't have heals on this character? Ingus, can I get you on heal? Sorry, I don't really tend to look at the, I'm not a huge fan, but the tank one comes out swinging and drops some pretty heavy stuff in Shadowbringers. Yeah. Okay, here we go. We need at least 1 DPS. I will let you... There we go. Okay, that's good enough. Everyone stay in position. The usual rigmarole of figuring out who's what role continues on as ever. Whoa! The durability of one of your decrypt items is noticeably low. It's true. Interesting seeing Connie as a teenage girl not acting like a seed seer. Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, she's only in her early 20s and also has had the mantle of responsibility upon her for so long. It's also really interesting. I feel like that the Connie story is improved by having done the White Mage quest, which is unsurprising. Oh, White Mage thinks me about Tethys. If you guys could all send Tethys like your well wishes, they're still recovering some, I believe, from being ill. Yeah, if you've done the White Mage, especially with some of the characters that pop up in that, I do think it increases the enjoyment of the Endwalker tank. Food buff, Ellie. No, food buff doesn't matter right now because we're not, XP does irrelevant. Because we're in a 60 dungeon, it's plateaued. Also, it doesn't matter if I level up Dragoon. I'm never gonna need Dragoon again after 60. People hugging. Yeah, good. Thanks, Willow. Yeah, get well soon. Yeah. Are you gonna swap to Monk Sam for Stormblood? Yeah. We're switching to Monk when we start Stormblood, and then we're gonna swap when we to Samurai when we get to Kugane, which is because canonically that's what's shown. I may even swap for it for Siren Song, because if I'm not mistaken, when you finish Siren Song, you get the animation video of you walking into Kugane, and you're supposed to have Monk or Samurai then. Beyond that, we're probably gonna switch back to Monk for the fight at Rhalgr's Fist, maybe even just when we get back to Garabanya, and then we'll switch to Samurai back again because of the Shadowbringer trailer. So, you know, like, as an example of one of our conversations from yesterday, like, I enjoy the Dragoon backflip, right? Because to me, like, that's a meaningful type of engagement. Like, it's like actual movement of large distances. I like the dash for, you know, dancers. I love, you know, who doesn't love the Reaper, you know, teleport. So, like, if there were more ways to engage with positionals with stuff like that, I would... You know, I'd love that. Which, I mean, like, it's two very different things, right? Like, positionals fundamentally aren't about moving vast distances. But just, like, say, like, I do really love movement stuff. I just want it to be, for me to feel meaningful. Garabanya Monk. Yeah, Sam for Stormblood patches, then. Yes. Because if you look at the trailer for Shadowbringers and stuff, that is the implied job that you've been playing the whole time. For that content, because of when you fight a certain someone. Far Eastern Zone equals Sam. Yeah. I mean, the thing is I'm not going by what I think is right. I'm going by what the game trailers have. So if you look at the CG trailers specifically, you're a Sam and Kugane, you're a Monk at the fight at the top of Rhalgr's Fist, which is when you return to Garabanya. So clearly you're swapping between them. And if you look at the gameplay trailers, it shows you arriving Gerbanya as monk, and it shows you arriving Kugane as a samurai. And then you also have Shadowbringers, where it shows you at the showdown as a samurai. So like it's not about like, oh, you know, like just like Sam fits with, you know, the East because, you know, whatever. It's like, no, that's the like what's shown to be effectively the canonic setup. Do you think monk fish makes for good sushi? What? It was a challenge, but I did your thing, Elio. Did I make a joke about that? Did I joke about doing Elio's thing? No. Whoa, is Gay Bulg ready? Oh, guys. Oh, whoops, my display capture's not up. It's glorious. It's beautiful. Look at our, this is our newest emote. When we get, apparently because some memberships timed out, we still need 8 more, or maybe now 7 more memberships to get to, or whatever, however, it says 61 out of 69, so yeah, it says 8. So if we get 8 more memberships, we can make this an emote in the chat. And it will definitely be going up on the Discord. If you're not already a member of our Discord, come check out our Discord. We do a lot of hanging out, socializing, and if you don't also like socializing, just like lurking, you can also do that too. Yeah, you guys can thank Lady for that. So Dark for Shadowbringers, Paladin for Endwalker. Yep, and we did Warrior for A Realm Reborn. We did, and we're doing we obviously are doing Dragon Dragoon for 3.0. Exactly. Yep, basically all the canonic jobs. Thank me in energy drinks, please. Sorry, you guys go ahead in just 1 second. Gay Bulge at 69 giggity. That was not planned. That is just the amount that YouTube required me to have for me to be able to put up another emote. You can lurk with me in the shadows or something. Yeah. And now I head home from work. Have fun storming the platforms? Yeah. Enjoy your walk home, Tam. Or getting home, however you get home. Oh, okay. Yeah, if people don't accept them, they refund. Fast. Oh, so maybe the problem is we just fundamentally don't have enough people who can accept memberships. Guys, I need to put out more content. I need to put out more like meme content and things like the interspecies video so we can get more people to have memberships so we can get a Gay Bulge going. That's on me. Speaking of, tomorrow's video is going to be, I've got a couple of shorts I'm going to be putting out because I want to see how the content, like that kind of content does. I don't think it's going to do great, but I'm curious if it does like well in the short term or the long term. And hopefully some of them will be at least a little bit fun. But it'll also give me some time to recuperate because I've been frazzled lately. I think it's people that don't get it to work. Yeah. Willow tries to spend her money towards the channel, but YouTube says no. We won't accept your money. It's weird, right? They should just allow you to just bank them. Like you can't turn on memberships. Yeah. I drive 45 minutes. I go 12 miles. No good public transport option. It's amazing. Oof. You have my empathy, Tam. As someone who used to have to take a bus 2 hours to and 2 hours from work and or school each day. I can come in as an alt. You just, yeah, Will, you just start making alt accounts. Why don't we hold off? Why don't I just put out better content that'll draw people in? Now that's a goddamn weapon. Oh, I should have been. Oh, you know, it's literally just like Skirmiglione. I guess that the wall doesn't break, but it's interesting how like certain mechanics do get repeated over time. Oh, I thought that was the push. That was on me. I looked to others moving, and I hadn't been paying as much of attention. Now that's... Oh, okay. And there we go. He's dead, Jim! Elias, knockbacks mechanics are my bane as a black mage, even with short cast. See, I guess, like, that's kind of why I like black mage is you... Well, I mean, like, you can't always plan them, right? Like, for that one, obviously, it's going to happen no matter what. Yeah. This is why I don't like cast bars. Because, like, at least with Paladin, right, you get thrown out, but you can still, like, use your Requiescat combo, and it's all insta-cast anyways. Oh god, I really hope they don't make Requiescat, like, make you have to actually cast with Paladin. That would suck so much. I'm really worried about the Paladin rework. I like Paladin as is. Like, there are problems with how Paladin is in ways that are fundamental and kind of irreconcilable with current game design that I totally get. So I'm not like, no, they're gonna ruin it. But I really do like how it is currently, and so I'm not eager for the change incoming in 6.3. Especially because I feel like there are other jobs that are much more in dire need. Now, to be fair, they're addressing those jobs. I have 3, I think. I think the problem is a plan to figure out where to turn it on. Oh, yeah. I don't want to make a new YouTube account because this is my main one and I don't want to migrate everything over. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, I'm not going to ask you to do this because it'd be insane, but I mean, like, you could do something like you could just make one for... Like, I have multiple YouTube accounts. Like, I have 4. One for watching ASMR videos so that it doesn't fuck with my algorithms, one for this channel, one that's my personal account, and one that is the Plus channel. That's why I like Red Mage more than Black Mage. Dual cast is fun. Yeah, I mean, basically you barely ever, I mean, not barely ever, you're constantly casting, but you're not dealing, dual cast does make it drastically different. Wait, you don't have 7 emails? I have 2 emails that I use. One that I made when I was 6 years old that I still use to this day, and the other which is my business email / a Gmail account. You know what's not getting a rework? Red Mage rework, because Rune's class is pretty much perfect. I mean, like, you guys got, the quality you guys got from Endwalker, like, knocked off any edges you really had. The only problem that I feel like anybody would argue that you guys have is a byproduct of being having a game design where not every job needs to be max level DPS and like utility. It's having some jobs with utility. So like Red Mage has utility, and therefore is not quite on par with some other jobs. Hell yeah, Red Mage main here. I think we've got quite a few Red Mage mains in the archives. I'm having fun as a newbie Red Mage. Yeah, people. Hey Scarlet, good to see you. Glad to have you. But yeah, a lot of people like Red Mage. Red Mage is a really good starting class. I mean, not starting class, obviously, because you can't start with it. But like, if you're trying to start to get into like later stuff, I think Red Mage works really well because it's complicated enough to be interesting, but it's also straightforward enough, and also its utility means that like you can focus on that. One is regular stuff, one is for builds, and one for random stuff. The others are just there. Yeah. You know what is annoying? I broke my tooth yesterday. Oh, I still don't have health insurance to do anything here. Jesus. That's rough. My empathy to you. So he's also a Black Mage main in terms of magical DPS. What is my main magical DPS? I think that Summoner is the main magical DPS I've been playing. Though someday I want to sit down and play. I kind of hope, I'm going to be real, part of me kind of hopes that the job for 7.0 is like Black Mage or a caster or something. And partly because I tend to always play at least the MSQ with the job, but I'd love to take some time to spend a lot of time with the DPS, you know, now that I've been with the game a lot longer, and like really get into DPSing to at least feel like I'm giving it more of a fair shot than I have so far, because I don't usually love it currently. 7.0 is more likely a tank. No. 7.0 is almost certainly not a tank. 7.0, there's no way in hell 7.0 is a tank. I will promise you, I usually try to be reticent. I will promise you that if there's one role that 7.0 is not, it is not a tank. Because they're not introducing a new tank. That's not gonna happen. And it's not gonna be Gunbreaker. So no, there's no way in hell that the next thing is a tank. I would be a healer before then. Yeah, we had 2 tanks in a row with, we have one, a Realm Reborn is already Warrior. Dark Knight and Paladin have been the last 2. And there's no like, yeah. Oh, I thought we were talking new jobs. Oh no, the next one's not gonna be tank. The next job is either going to be a melee DPS, scouting, ranged DPS, or caster. Some combination of those 3. That's what we're gonna get. It's not gonna be a healer. It's not gonna be a regular. It's not gonna be a standard melee DPS. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be a tank because the tanks are in a good place and there's no reason to introduce one, especially when they're already having trouble like delineating them somewhat. And when there's other niches that need filling. We only have 3 casters and 3 ranged DPS. And having 4 allows them to do interesting balancing things. Also, with scouting, then it fulfills certain needs. Where there's only 1 scouting job currently, and it can be more interesting. Or maybe 2 different DPS types. I think there's no question to me it's 2 different DPSs. I think that's, you know, as per always, you know, clip this and dunk on me later when I'm wrong. But like, I think it's almost beyond a shadow of a doubt that that's the case. Honestly, a new caster, new range sounds like fun. Yeah, and I want to be also very clear. That is what I'm in favor of too. Even as someone who doesn't play DPS, I think that's the right call. It would be a caster and a ranged DPS. Or I mean, like scouting would be fine too. We just have a lot of melee DPS already, and so while yes, scouting would be different, you know, some people have also argued you could do something like give the scouting armor to a ranged DPS too. So there's multiple ways to touch on that. Okay, we're not gonna make it. That's actually a pretty good fight. I like that fight. Good job, everyone. I was like running around with a katana and totally not accidentally taking the AoE marker with me as I accidentally run off a platform at trial. I don't know. That will get you so far. That will get you to a certain distance. I might be we just had 2 tanks over. Yep. My heart belongs to Black Mage for magical DPS. I kind of hope I get to spend time with Black Mage and can justify it. I need to play more Red Mage. It's fun from what I mess around with. Yeah, Red Mage is a good time. Red Mage is a good time. Summoner is also a good time. Right now it's very simple, but it's also a good time. I have the most fun with Summoner, partially because I can just like splash into Summoner and not, here, let me get, oh no, well that's okay. We'll get I was gonna say let's get a picture later. We'll get a picture. I mean, we could always go in explore mode and do that. Scouting and caster DPS maybe. Yeah, I think to me it's scouting, range DPS, caster. It's just one of those. And that's if we only get 1 job, it's gonna be one of those. We get 2 jobs, it's gonna be 2 of those. I feel confident. Very, 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 very confident. Do a super chat. Make Elio say weird shit. Let's solve the verse.
So
because the stuff will happen.
To see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
Oh my god, he's so trying to affect a different voice. That's so funny. You're fooling no one, Eorzean. Atelier, why are you here? Did you betray me too, Atelier?
You!
Keelhaul, good to see you, glad to have you. That's funny. 3.3, 3.4.
Still walking, I see.
I forgot
my aim was true.
I forgot that she does that. That's hysterical. I would say that that's surprising to me, Keelhaul, because to me, 3.4 to a lot of people is one of their favorite patches that isn't a 0.3. I'm shocked that you find that weak, especially with like the beauty and tragedy of it all and how important and relevant it becomes with Shadowbringers.
Just what is your game? Leading us the long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the
Evil
look of things,
Tataru!
the ritual was proceeding as planned.
It's
We
evil
arrived at the
Tataru!
appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
Oh my god. I didn't realize
It
it was
is
Tataru's
hopeless.
voice actors the first
I
time.
cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy!
Oh, Deadpool.
So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you. If you just stand still.
That's what she said.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we?
Except for I don't think that's the story they
You've
tell.
been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
There you go, bud.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light.
Yeah, I just don't
flood
really
of
agree.
pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself.
The context for those
Ere
role
long, it will
quests.
consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
The context for those role quests are those characters at the beginning of their journeys for the most part, whereas we're witnessing them having already lost their lives and everything, as well as effectively their world, and stepping into a very specific role and being in a different place in time. The same way that, like, a lot of the Scions are very different characters at, you know, by the time of Endwalker compared to when you compare them to the beginning of ARR. You know, I mean, like, they're chagrined and shamed. The thing, you know, and she's also portrayed as being kind of a, like, you know, Jamul, you know, Renaray is, like, portrayed as being, like, somewhat of a, like, abrasive character to an extent, even in her role quest. So, you know, I don't think it's really fully incongruous with, if you think about the things that they've been through and where they're at and the position they're occupying right now, with the characters that are portrayed in those role quests.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like.
That's not the same thing, though, AC.
But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own?
I want to be clear, I do wish...
of us? Of you.
I do wish they were less antagonistic. Like, I do think it would be better for them to be less antagonistic.
Enough.
I just don't think it's crazy or, like,
tired of
utterly,
talking.
like, what?
You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
I mean, honestly, that's more manifested in a couple of the engaged, like, lines delivery. I'd be curious
If there is
to
aught
see
you would say
they
it.
read less bad.
Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
You're fooling no one! Yeah, the thing is, we are saviors from the get-go, except for someone like Vothri, like when we arrive in the first. We are never the villains, really. We're the villains to people like Emmett Selk and Shadowbringers, but we are never by the people treated as the villains or coming about to end the world to save our own. We're coming about as great restorers and hope, and people want the knights to be returned, so it's really not the same. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived the encounter. Do you think it could be true, that to save their world they must bring ruin to ours? No, matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. And again, to be fair, like, I'm not saying that there isn't a characterization that would have been improved by slightly toning it down a bit. I just think that to say it's fully incongruous, I just don't think it's you know, they're not going around kicking all the puppies, and like, to me there's more to it than that. And I would also point that the characters who are shown to be less abrasive, you know, like Lamia and Malbert and stuff, are you know, shown to be laconic and shown to be kind of more chill. Yeah, even if it's inspiring with the same villain whom totally agree being true, resonating with your world. Oh, Arbert, you poor summer child. Yeah. I will say, on my second playthrough, the one part I found unbearably bad was post-leveling ARR. Even this, it was the first half of the Ruby Sea. Good lord. Not really sure why, but okay. What is up with the face mask, though? Wasn't there a better form of disguise? What's up with the... I mean, to some extent, I don't know how familiar they are with the, like... The lower half, think about it though. The lower half of Urianger's face is the thing that they're most familiar with Urianger, plus his scion mark. So if anything, I would think that actually the face mask was the smartest, because they're not used to seeing his eyes or his hair or like most of his countenance. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knights can apprise Lord Edmont of our success, and we Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I will be at the congregation. Confederate quest, the dialogue with Russia was actually interesting, but then you just do short quests. Yeah, we'll see, Keelhaul. I think I'm much more tolerant of that because of the amount that world building becomes relevant or important, both throughout Stormblood and throughout Girabania and throughout Oathard sections. But it's also been a long time since I've done that, so we'll see if I'm more critical of it or not this second time around. I mean, that's actually been a really huge point. I mean, the other thing, though, is too, a second time around, is I actually would really appreciated doing a lot of the ARR stuff. A couple of them were still, like, egregious to me, but a lot of them I was actually very happy to do because of how brilliantly they actually work towards, you know, setting up premises and ideas and things, not just for ARR itself, but as a bedrock for the wider world and into Heavensward and Stormblood. Now, I honestly think that one of the things you could do is if you just gave ARR a lot more voice acting. I mean, there's a lot of problems logistic with that, so obviously this is a wave of magic wand solution. But if you gave ARR a lot more, oh, why don't I just teleport? Like a lot more voice acting, I think a lot would be a lot more palatable. Oh yeah, ARR was great the second time. Like, so much of it makes no sense your first time, though. It's just overwhelming, right? You don't know where to put your focus to its entirety because there's just so much. And they're trying to give it to you piecemeal as much as they can, but, you know, you're being introduced to... You know, Alamigo doesn't necessarily mean anything to you, but then once you've played Stormblood, you come back and you realize how much Alamigo is, like, a presence in ARR, you know, in both quests and characters, and it's like, it means so much more. Yeah. Yeah, so much makes sense first time through, but second I'm like, oh, I get it now. Yeah. Yep, you and I think most people. Like, obscure references to the Houses of Ishgard at level 20. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the world building had been done so far ahead of time, or had been done for 1.0 to an extent that it's, you know, they were definitely laying a lot of groundwork and seeds from the get-go. You know, which Koji and Oda both like stated too. Oh, speaking of Koji and Oda, the new goal for when we raise money is we're gonna do a raffle. We're gonna do a copy of send out copies of EE1 and EE2, Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1 and Volume 2, because we have Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 3 has been confirmed as coming out. We don't know when, but it is coming out. I would suggest probably no earlier than in the North American Fan Fest. But I will also say, yeah, so also we're gonna have the minion raffle because we raised the $50 for that. However, right now the gifting system is broken for the shop for Square Enix, so we're gonna do that probably around Halloween is what we're looking at. It brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Elio. What news from Zelphatal? Then we are not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remain behind, Mistress Yashol has been tending to Mr. Salise in your absence, and I'm pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warrior of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She's a resilient one, much like her brother. I guess it also makes sense that Yashol was kind of doing some of Alexander, so that's part of why she hasn't been around.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelphatal, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But
God,
after
it's crazy
a time,
so much happens in
I began to hear
3.4.
whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues.
How do they
Yet that is not
reap
the
it?
extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
I mean, he's flirty, but also,
That happen.
half the time he's possessed.
It should come as no surprise. but Alizé and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes.
Shocker.
If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
I mean, she's not even really with Eorzean,
Allow me,
but
Sir
also...
Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
But yeah, the way that the line, I don't remember that line specifically, the wording.
Let
so
us
that
consult with
drastically would change
Orianja,
whether or
then.
not it's creepy.
Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alizé,
No,
you...
Yeah, I definitely agree about Beth-Ann Walker, though. She definitely, like, arrived... Well, I mean, like, I think a lot of them arrived...
welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
I think they really come into their own, too, like, in terms of figuring out having the director and their
I'm afraid I
cadence
can't allow you to leave just yet.
for 3.x.
Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Playing more MSQ just makes me happy I started in Ul'dah. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason also, too, you think about how the Endwalker trailer shows the canonical start place seems to be Ul'dah, at least according to the gameplay trailers. But yeah, do you enjoy the written format? There's more at EorzeanArchives.com. Thank you, Ray Ray. Spotify, yes. High text but love sound. Find us at Spotify. I'll say Riley Busman's a character in Stormblood. I don't kind of indifferent to an AR in Heavensward, though. I mean, to be fair, though, like, she's not really a character in Realm Reborn. She's only present for, like, 1 or 2 scenes at best. And then, I mean, I think her character is fine and appropriate for, like, coils. And then in Heavensward, I mean, I don't know. I feel like she doesn't show up till 3.4, and when she's here, she's, like, aggro, but also you get the compassion of her, like, her love for people. You get the inverse of Alphinaud, right, where he has a hard time with people sometimes, but loves, you know, the world. But, like, his third journey is about loving people as individuals, and then her journey is about being able to fight for the world, not just about for individuals. And I think, like, you have 3.4, right? Her first arrival is with Gabu. And then 3.5, she's not much in it. So I feel like her characterization in Heavensward, as far as it exists, is really pretty strong. I definitely think in Realm Reborn it's weak, but also she's barely a character in it for the most part. To think that the three of us plumbed the depths of the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would have struggled to believe it. Oh, interesting that they acknowledge it if you've done it. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she had taken down to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where I never learned, though I suspect this was by design. She so enjoyed hearing the tales of our exploits, did she? Yeah, I guess though, like, it's pretty rare to, like, love a character off the bat, right? I mean, I guess I just always start from a place of, like, liking a character if they're at all likable, and then going from there. But I mean, that I'm just saying where my disposition tends to start from. But yeah, no, I follow what you mean. All the VAs are great, but Beth-Ann Walker feels like, yeah, there's a moment that seems to be implied during, yeah. I would have to look at the line specifically that he has to say whether, at least for my taste, whether it's creepy or not, but Jade, good to see you, glad to have you! And Moon Brita, yes, exactly. Moon Brita, fare thee well. I think we're pretty caught up. I'm always surprised with this outfit that it's like only a red accent and that her like she doesn't have more red to it in some ways. Like there are red accents, right? There's the gem on the shoes, there's her bow, there's the you know, there's the even the things upon the lapel, but it's got a far less strong red vibe to Alphinaud's blue. Right then, shall we be off? Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12, she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching out clothes. Do you remember the time at the studio when the girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, sister, please, she was not my... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? So be it, another time perhaps. To be honest, Elio, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions, as you may recall. I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you will forgive me if I do. Been meaning to ask about the carriage. Oh! Yeah, the one like when y'all first meet. Ah, yes, the carriage. That's so fortuitous arrival to spirit us away from Ul'dah after the banquet. Oh, that carriage. The driver informed me that I had my sister to thank for his presence in Ul'dah. How did you know to send help? Oh, drunken brass blades are even less discreet than sober ones. Unfortunately, by the time I learned of the plot, it was too late to do anything more. Frankly, I'm still amazed Brennan managed to find you. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different, more resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I'm here today because I would regret it if I weren't. That is all. Fair enough. Let us depart from the Waking Sands then and see if Eorzean can be of assistance. I love Alice and Alfie's interactions. Yeah. Moom, you're embarrassing me in front of the warrior. Mom! Moom. Mom, you're embarrassing me in front of the Warrior Light. Alice and Krell have so many Alphinaud stories I need to know. Just give us a set of short stories that are nothing but that. Guys, we're only like a third through 4.3. 4.3 is so, or 3.4 is so freaking long. Like it's crazy that it's more quests than by a number than 3.3 and longer by a number. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to Gaboo yet. Wild. You look more rugged. Mom! Post-Heaven's Word Alphinaud embarrassment is always lovely. Every time you say Moonbrita, I think of that pickup line in Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV video. Yeah. Gaboo, yes. Prepare for emotions. And the only reason I always remember where Gaboo is because of, you have Beneath the Starfilled Sky cutscenes, and you have the one with Gaboo, and then you have the same, you know, that flipped with Elidibus, which we'll see in a little bit. Yeah, it's nice to see people who actually know how to write sibling bickering without it being mean-spirited. Or, like, the right kind of mean-spirited. Eorzean, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphinaud, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming? What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The Warrior of Darkness has returned. Pray, allow us to explain. Exposition. Listen, when Shadowbringer knocks, Shadowbringer's bloody knocks. Pray, return to the... Oh god, we've returned to the Waking Sands. I too have heard tales in the recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time, to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take and direct actions to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching the completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of what Ixo plans before they come to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warrior of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere, of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Murthor. So, Limsa. Or, well, yeah. Ogomoro stirreth, and there are whispereth of the Lord Crags neareth his return. More rumors mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou can ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook. Elio? Wait. Issa's right. Give me a second. Oh, shit. Shit. Whoops. Streaming. One of the few occupations where it's okay to drink on the job. One of my favorite parts of AR was Elizabeth showing up and telling us that La Habre is an idiot for 4 times in 10 minutes. Yeah. Astion and slander is hysterical. Also tragic at the same time, though. World's worst workplace drama. Oh, hello, Trait Cough. I mean, Eorzean. Is that if that is your real name? I shall. Alisaie's just like, I ain't done with this shit. Because remember, she saw him with Yassians. If I may bother, Eorzean, if I may bother, brother, Eorzean, is there anything else you would like to say? Alisaie. If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warrior of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I've heard tell of the promising tome, the Garen Oracles. Mayhap you could start there. By thy leave. See, the thing is that they actually do play with it, though, right? Like, and your awareness of it. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Honestly, sometimes 3.4 feels like 2 patches. It really does! Like, honestly, you could have, like... You could get to the Gaboo stuff and end it there, and it would have been worked fine. The fact that it is chonky in terms of story. And it, like, has a dungeon, so it's not even, like, omitting that. I wonder what happened with the production schedule where it was, like, that ended up happening. I wonder if they were just thinking, like, if they were planning on getting Stormblood, like, pre-working on Stormblood stuff, and they were like, well, we need to get this out, and we need to do some of this groundwork now. This is the place, and this is the time. I wonder if there was extra time between patches, or... I haven't looked at the Heavensward patch cycle time between. Very Alisaie slip. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Eorzean sweating, starts reciting the Vaporeon copy past. Demins, I know what that is! No. No. Someone bopped Demins. And if you don't know what the Vaporeon copy pasta is, it's up to you whether or not you want to look it up. 7 hells at this rate. Man, it's been a while since I got to do Rose. 7 hells at this rate, I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. What about if it's help? Well, fancy that! Just when my kobold problems look like they're coming to a head, the Scions of the 7th Dawn turn up pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. That's Demins in a nutshell. Do I want to know what that copy pasta is? Artemis, do you want to have your day hilariously ruined? Because if you do, go look up the Vaporeon copy pasta. Also, to anyone who goes looks up based off of what I'm saying, that's on you. If you're content to live in ignorance, then the long and short of it is that effectively it's a diatribe on why Vaporeon is the most fuckable Pokemon. So our friendly neighbors in Ugamora have gotten much more aggressive as late, just as he said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted out one sniffing out about stores just now, likely looking to make off an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for a little bugger, would you? Our Maelstrom friend seemed notably more agitated than when we first arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? A kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Urianger's information, but to be so reckless as to infiltrate the Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan's summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. Just because you have heard worse does not mean it's not bad. It's not, the world does not only exist in complete relativism. Just because a thing... okay. Why though? Furries. And also because have you been on the internet? Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Is Gaboo in the tree house? No, he's not. That would have been really cute, though. Actually, if I remember, I think he's over by the boxes, isn't it? No, okay. The internet is quite an interesting place, and for porn. Anyways, an adventuring party walks into a talent agency. Honestly, the copy pasta isn't that bad. I just read it. It was like, man. Okay, yes, but Issa. Okay, no, it's not that bad. If you have seen, if you are a denizen of the internet to in any degree, but there are people who, for which, you know, maybe that can be a lot. Wait, there was a kobold minion? I'm pretty sure there is, if I'm not mistaken. Where'd you go, Gaboo?
Stay back! Oh, wait, far back. I'm not a... God, it's no use. Pointless. Hopeless. No use!
Didn't the gremlin one, like, come with something or something like that? I feel like we talked about that before. The hell did he go?
But please don't hurt. Only I wish to talk. Yes, just talk. Gah!
See you, Tillier! Thanks. Have a good time. I'll admit, as much as I like to be a little part of me was very disappointed when he finally spoke and they gave him another British accent. I mean, it's not like super British, and also, I mean, like that kind of makes sense. Like that's the localized general for Eorzea, the same way that like Othard broadly has a similar one, has its own.
This was stupid. Stupid plan. Stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will. God, he found me again. What to do?
It's like, at the point that they do American, like do American for like New World or something, or like have Mericidia be a very specific like Australian accent. Or, like, you know, like if we're in like a large geographic shift, I get it. But I guess like within Eorzea, I would, especially Eorzea proper, you know.
Come in peace. Only talk. Speak, say, talk. So please, do not hurt.
So this is why Willy Kobold Infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. You could very well give one a bruised knee. Huzzah, we've got him. Fine work, Scions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did ya? Plotting to steal my crystals, were ya?
No, I came to talk, to ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I...
Come now, let us take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child?
Pickman Gaboo of 620th Order. At least I will be Pickman one day.
Well met, Gaboo. I am Alphinaud, and this is my sister Alice. Elio, the man who found you is our friend, and now you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Boyden, here thinks you wanted to take his crystals. Gaboo, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us, and why not to your own people? What happened, Gaboo? Can you tell us? That's interesting to me. I feel like Stormblood, they bothered to do a pastiche of it. I mean, it's no weirder than, like, the level to which we do, like, you know, broad American accents. I mean, it's also, like, hard, especially if you work within if you're working within, contract-based, like, recording houses, which, I mean, doesn't take away from your point, right? Like, regardless of whether the realities or not, it can still disappointing. But, like, also, I mean, like, I guess I see them doing a wildly good job of it when having variety, rather than seeing it as, like, oh, another hardcore British actor. Especially because they use a variety of British accents, right? Like, the fact that they use Mancunian accents for El Amigo gives it a really different feel compared to, like, Eorzean, dialects. In my opinion. No one is going to hurt you, all right? Not while we're here, I promise. Exactly right.
The Patriarch, The Patriarch is going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him. Beat him, fight him, stop him. Gaboo's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if they didn't have iron heart in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace, and the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since.
Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I have heard tales of foci fashioned from bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their god. By the 12, that's sickening.
No one listens to Gaboo, no matter how much he cries. Pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about pushing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gaboo loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please, help Gaboo, stop the Patriarch and save his parents.
Commander, advise Maelstrom Command the Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. Does accents matter in a fantasy setting? I'd even accept them if they spoke like cowboys. I don't think it's about accepting them. I think Keelhaul's point more is about variety. And being able to distinguish different groups as having different dispositions based on their like dialect and accent. At least I think that is. Correct me if I'm wrong, Keelhaul. But I would like say like they do though. Like the V's are like Scandinavian and Icelandic specifically, and then you have like the Eastern European Hrothgar. Tend to be. Like I do feel like they do distinguish them actually fairly well and much better than most games. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbances that Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy. They would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gaboo knows and formulate a plan without further delay. Every time I think of Gaboo, I was just thinking of like Snuggly the Crow and stuff from Dark Souls. Like,
you, give us smooth, give us silky. I heard great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them. And if we gather enough, he will return. That is why Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come.
Very good, Gaboo. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where those crystals are stored?
I know. Oh. Several spots, each defended by different order. Gaboo wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away, hide them. Come, Gaboo will lead you to the first cache.
Yeah, more or less. I actually didn't notice as much until the other pointed out, and it sort of bothered me. That's interesting, because you pointed out, and I feel like there's a lot more in contradiction to that than there is in it. But again, let me, when I'm replaying Storeblood, I'll make sure to keep it in mind. I feel like to say that the game only uses like British I mean, also like one thing is too is like we say British, but like that's a lot of different places. Like the difference between Scottish, Irish, Mancunian, I mean, like, and I even say Scottish, and even that breaks, I feel like it would also be like saying like American when if you're like, but at the same time having a place that has like Southern, Midwestern, East Coast, West Coast, Creole. Like if you had like an environment that has a lot of those differentiations, I still think that is like a meaningful different representation. But again, I need to look to see if they're even doing how much they're doing that. But I looked to like characters like Yugiri and Hien, and a lot of the Doman characters they did bother to voice differently, even from the get-go, and like especially like Heavensward and even A Realm Reborn to an extent. And those of the steppe, definitely vaguely hint at that rather than just being a standard like performance. I'd be curious to see if it's in Kugane, because the thing about Kugane that's interesting is that the British makes sense to an extent because there's a lot of expats there. It'll be fascinating to see.
Do you have them all? Good, lead on, Gaboo. This way, this way!
So did they bother you how they talk in Shadowbringers then? Like, does the Mord bother you how the Mord talk? There's variety. Maybe it's just hard to find a specific voice actor. Yeah, and again, like, it is worth having a conversation about like the justifications for logistics and stuff. But at the same time, it's like you can still have a criticism of it, even if it's like, okay, it was a reality they had to deal with. So not to say that just because like, oh, it was difficult, maybe they couldn't find it is to negate the point that someone else is making.
Time is short. You have the crystals. We should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother! Aye, it's just that... I'm quite certain the crate once bore Guardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Kurthus to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrin by another party, most likely a pawn of the Asians, as Thancred suspected. I don't understand. Who are the Asians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never mind you about that. As Alice said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gaboo? Yes, of course. Gaboo knows the way. The next one is the last and very large. Very big, very huge, very large.
Yeah, I get the why the crystal also came with the why do Othardians talk like they do. Talk like thee and thou though too. Well, no. So the reason that Othardians talk like that is not to do with anything with British. It's because they're often using archaic dialects that's referencing the Sengoku Jidai in Japanese, and the only way to localize that is to add that aspect to it in English. Because if you look at like their language that they use in Japanese, it's oftentimes like including the kanji is referencing often places like the Edo period and the Sengoku period. So that's a localization thing. That's rather than like something that's referencing that's highly intentional. Not just one of the, just the one that was voiced to me. Yeah. I kind of figured I had something to be like that after playing 6. Yeah.
Confounded. What about you, Elio? Any luck?
Nothing. But this cannot be. Gaboo saw them. Spotted, saw.
Think, brother. Why? They must have moved them, yes? The question is where to and why. Within Ogomoro, where they summoned Titan once before, and mean to do so again. It is the only explanation.
What about Mother and Father and others? We have to help them.
And we will, Gaboo. We will. Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other cache as empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There's no other way to prevent Titan's summoning. But first, give me your crystal, that I might deliver them into Commander Bloden's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain.
Neo, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, and Yugiri sound very authentic in how they speak, fits the setting real good. I'm pretty sure that they're Japanese or Asian background, which is really nice. I'm pretty sure they are. I feel like I checked that a while ago. Which is actually interesting though, the original Yugiri actress I think also sounded like, but if I'm not mistaken, she was either Middle Eastern or African, not African American. I'm trying to remember, but like there are some surprises there. But you know, there's an example of like people just affecting it in this way. They say Doma instead of Doma, right? Or you know, Yugiri instead of Yugiri. Like there's you know active attempts. And then you have interesting things where you have characters like Soroban, who's technically voice actor is American, but is impacting a very like classical, like you know, like deep but boisterous, almost in some ways, you know, not kabuki because obviously we're speaking kabuki, but like that style, which is appropriate, you know. It's very interesting. The crystals, Elio, if you'd be so kind. And like I say, it's been a while since I've replayed Stormblood. It's been 2 years at least. So I'll be really interested to be paying attention to it for closer attention. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Blodin on the situation. Pray, go on ahead. As I recall, there's an aetheryte within Ugamoro mines that should deliver you to the naval. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange, I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. But if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother.
This way! This way!
Kojin are great. Yeah, I love the fucking Kojin. Kojin are awesome. As far as I know, Hien is the only credit, is his only credit on behind the voice actor. Interesting. Well, he's very good. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting thing that happens too with not just actors, but word choice. So the thing is you have, with the Japanese voice actors, you have people relegated to a very limited space, but also accents in Japanese can be very different. So like they can be almost as much a dialect as not. So I think the best example is in Issa, if you're here, it's Okinawan, right? That's like da, like instead of des, typically. I believe so. And so because of that, you also have an interesting thing where you have lines and stuff written for performance that can't really be translated easily by accent, but only by localization. And they try to do their best with that in interesting ways too. And you have that presents itself in interesting ways with like the way in which they institute ideas like French words and mannerisms or language into like Ishgard, but Ishgard itself is not purely French, and the Elzens are not purely coded singularly as French. So there's also the aspect of it that is the British and the Gothic, but it's very interesting. Didn't UHP recently bring up that the many voice actors do multiple characters? Oh yeah, that's like standard for a game of like this size and for like an MMO. But also yeah, that's including minor ones. But they actually don't know who did what without looking into it further. Yeah, oh yeah. I feel like that was said. I couldn't tell you where it was said, but I've definitely heard that, and I think I heard it primarily. Coach and are great. I love them. Yes. Okay, I was right about the Da thing. Thanks, Issa. I take this as the aetheryte we seek. Right then. As soon as Alphinaud arrives, we go, I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Elio. There's no time telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. They had to translate character archetypes in JP culture that doesn't have a direct equivalent. I think they did a great job. Yeah, and sometimes they have to do something with drastic changes. So you have examples like Orshfont, you know? Very different representation between NA, English, and JP because of cultural differences. And like, I almost don't like JP Horshafont because of like basically being Sekuhara, but like, but I love, you know, I love NA Horshafont. So, and then that happens sometimes. Like, so yeah, localization is a whole conversation of itself and says nothing too about like, that can all be true and still you could be like, well, you can also get, you know, performers to be, you know, broader set of performance, but.
Quickly, quickly, clods! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any further delay!
Oh boy, get ready for some darkness. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day.
Overdwellers, here! But how did you? Where's my parents, Patriarch? Where are they?
Yeah, Demins, for me, I agree with that. That is how I feel about it. Oof.
Mother? Father?
Coke for the furnace. You monsters, how could you?
Why, we are but servants to the Lord of Crags. We are his, and he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, and he may draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers.
It's also worth remembering he is still tempered. No, Alice, not yet. I understand, Patriarch. I do. Your fear, your anger, and your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering on your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course, cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us, together to build a lasting peace.
Another peace to be abandoned at the overdwellers' convenience! Oathbreakers, all of you! Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers! You take, and when you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last time, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our gods drain the land of Aether and bring naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all.
A running theme, the notion of a beast tribe is bullshit.
I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You have ruined your own lands. You will not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say something. Please? Please? Please!
Sorry. Oh boy. Hey Purple, good to see you, glad to have you. Apparently 1.0 Beastmen were exclusively an Imperial term, which kind of like more. Kind of. There, it pops up in other ways.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Sorry.
It's the emotions that they're playing. I don't know what you want me to do.
I ain't gonna whisper it. Pounding a gorilla.
Seven hells. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Alphinaud, leave him to me. Moonstar Combarkle, away! We must away. Titan dialogue in this fight got me fucked up. Yep. Carby nom nom nom, the giant chicky nuggy Titan. Doesn't he need to like recall the stone with Carbuncle? Or is it an ethereal projection? Okay, wait, actually. Because shouldn't the root source of the power of the Carbuncle be the stone? Doesn't he need to retrieve that? Or is it just a projection of the stone? Using geometric symbols to lend shape to living aether, certain mages can unlock the latent power within certain gemstones. A power which can be directed to the summoning of ethereal beings known as carbuncles. No, okay, that seems that it's not the stone as the heart of it, but just as a medium. The inherent traits displayed by these familiars differ depending on the stone used in creation, emerald and topaz being the most common, with ruby and diamond also proving popular. Yeah, okay. So, no, he doesn't need to retrieve the stone. Yeah, damn, looks like we were on the same page. No, the Moonstone apparently is on his possession, and it is a medium from which he summons the carbuncle from. Like, forward from, by channeling energies into it. It is not the actual core of the carbuncle itself. I guess that makes sense, though, because it would make it less of an elemental in some ways and more of a forge kin, or a soulkin, if it was.
By the 12, how could you be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as with the supplication of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotions, the incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of Aether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Ogomoro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops and the cycle will continue. Elio, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Alice and I will tend to Gabu. When you finish the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We'll be expecting you.
He could theoretically have numerous. Moonstone, though, isn't seem to, like... Yes, but I would also frame that, like, that's usually never implied to be the case, and that it's more that people hold on to one singular one that is the foci for which they summon a carbuncle. Also, it is heavily implied, I think with the, Amber Carbuncle, I forget which one it is, but one of them it's implied that, like, the disposition of the carbuncle is also affected by the stone used to summon it, which to me would also be like, you're basically sacrificing your friend if you don't keep the same stone, because you're effectively, it's a different carbuncle, rather than the same one. So you're not impossible, Keelhaul. It's totally fair, but I would suggest that I don't think that is the case. Also, when do we get Moonstone or Obsidian carbuncles? You know, now that we have Summoner as it is, with the rework and stuff, I think that we should be able to ask for Carbuncle Glam, especially because it would be a pretty straightforward system. I'm trying to think about why not. So, okay, so here's part of the difficulty. Is they had the idea of, like, the Ruby, Amber, and Emerald Carbuncle, and that is a fundamental part of the whole setup. Like, and it ends up being, you know, tied to the idea of Garuda and stuff. Now, I think, though, you could still implement, like, at level 90 or something, or at some point, at some level, being like, okay, once all the basic tenets are understood, here's a glam system for Summoner. I mean, like, you give Bard musical instruments, right? I think a glam system for Summoner's Carbuncles isn't wild. I would say, though, I do worry about how long before people start asking for Reaper glamour options. Oh, who wants to come do Naval Hard with me? I'm returning to the tea tree. We already have Pet Glamour. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean it works under the same. We don't work on the same system. Does it? What does that even do for this though? And like the thing is that the way that the carbuncle exists may preempt that, make that a much bigger pain in the ass than we know. But maybe it doesn't. If I recall, Yoshiki got asked about this in an interview recently. He's been asked about it a lot. And I don't know if he's, when we say recently, my question is post Endwalker rework. Okay, who has not gotten to go? Actually, wait, Hard is a trial, so I can take a bunch of you guys. Patats, let's get you. Gemini. Good to see you. Let me, for those of you who I'm not already friends with, let me send friend request so it's easier to know that you guys are with us. Friend request, and then Elias. I feel like I send you a friend request every time. was your friend request full or something? I don't know. And then who's this? Is this person with us? Is this one of you guys? Brynwib? Jade, I did not bring you. You are? Okay, cool. Let's send friend request. Invite to party. And then, yeah, I mean, maybe I'll just go ahead and start inviting people. Oh, I guess I haven't added this alt, have I? Oh, no, you're in the party. That's why I can't see. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and start inviting people. If you want in, go ahead and wave. Okay, Elias, Willow. That should be good. Cool. Do we have one person who can swap to tank? And if you can swap to tank, just say so in party chat, so we don't have like a bunch of people swap at once. I can take. Okay, Jade, you switch to tank then. Oh no, Jade, you stay on healer. You're an ass. Stay on healer. Don't change. Don't change. Don't change. Okay, I take it back. Jade, you change to tank. Brynwib, you change to healer. So, dealt with. Also, hi, this is my Talt. Talt. Very good. Did someone else just change off of healer? Willow, can you change to healer? Because I know you have a healer. Oh, did we just lose Willow? Okay, well, I'm gonna catch up on you guys real quick. It's always a nightmare. Shine Aether through the Moonstone and 3D light print a Carby. I could do that. I could definitely do like I have some stuff like that. I 3D print lithophanes all the time. I don't know where it is, but I have a lithophane of my nephew. Okay. Okay, cool. Then let's go ahead and start hard. Enable hard. It's interesting to me that they just make you do hard naval rather than have you do like an instanced thing. I mean, honestly, I'm fine with it. I think it's a smart reuse of time to make it so they have to do less work, so they don't have to create a custom instanced fight. But it is interesting, because I feel like they don't do that a ton elsewhere. We are on Crystal Curl. Crystal Curl. Speaking of, if you'd like to join RFC, you are always welcome to. As well as making alts and joining RFC. Jade, you're good to go in... Let's do countdown 10. We have 3 healers. Are we unsynced? We must be unsynced. Well, that's fine. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I said I'd come. I said I'd come. I'm here. I'm here. Wait, if we're not unsynced, how the hell are we doing... Wow, does it matter? No, we are synced, so how the hell do we have 3 healers? Also, please do not switch jobs. If I'm asking you to join, please do not switch jobs unless I tell you to switch jobs, because otherwise we're gonna have the thing where we spend an hour trying to get everyone on the right thing. So just... I will specify this person do that. Stay away from the glowing ones, and they detonate in an order. You just gotta look at the order in which they start glowing. Would now be a bad time to backflip off the edge. Mother, father, I can't find you. nature of a primal is determined by how and why they were summoned. Wake up! Why? 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 Remember, pay attention to the order that they're glowing. Don't free him out of the trap for a second. Wait until the thing goes off. Wait for that to go off and then free him. Now. Let me break. Well done. Bow down, Overdweller. Yeah. Full Fisherman, Leviathan party, let's go! Unrestricted Saints. I guess, maybe. Oh, well, I guess we're not doing a photo. Okay. Like blue stuff. I know some people criticized using the fight, but it was fine with it. Yeah, I don't think it's worth criticizing. I think if that's if that's warranting of criticism, then I think people are being far, far, far too critical. Because it's a pretty reasonable thing to do, and it's a perfectly reasonable solution. And also, on top of that, they still have him say custom dialogue, right? Like, it's not like it's just identical. It's, yeah. But it was never bothered by reusing old places, things in video games. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a point to which it can be done accessibly, but also in an MMO, I'd much rather them have a full 3.4 and cut certain corners that make sense to cut, than for them to not and make everything bespoke. I mean, if you want them to make everything bespoke, that's how you get 1.0. I mean, it is. It literally is. Lore, good to see you. Glad to have you. Ah, there he is. Did I not tell you you would return safe and sound? The deed is done then. Titan is no more. Good. There's been enough tragedy this day. He has been like this since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death like any of the other thralls, such as the Alliance policy, yes? You have the right of it, but we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Ysael's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. Yeah, it's okay, Elias. I mean, we were fine. Yeah, I'm just saying. We can but watch and wait and pray. Also, the only person of the quest has the custom dialogue. Yeah. Want to see more scantily clad archivists? Well, I can help with that. Let me just start. Oh, wait. We don't have those yet. But sign up for a Patreon anyways. It goes a long way to supporting us and allows us to do all sorts of fun things as well. Doesn't require exact party roles if you queue in a full group. Interesting. I don't know how I was not aware of that at this point after playing this game for years. Or maybe I just forgot. You don't have to be unsynced to have 3 healers. Full pre-mades are immune to role restrictions. I had no idea. At least I didn't remember. Imagine if you had to do EX. I mean, EX Titan's not that bad. I mean, EX, like Garuda and Titan and Ifrit are really not that bad. Like, I would say that EX Titan is honestly pretty close to, like, a normal fight. Like a normal Endwalker trial. I've never heard Rogadame, just Fenro. Rogadame is great. Yes. Rip Willow. Max height Rogadame. If you know she's a gentle woman. Stop getting ahead of yourself. Since when do I not get ahead of myself? I don't actually kind of like it when a video game revisits old content locations. Like the idea of old locations matter, get updated. 100% agree. It was actually one of the things that drew me to Fallout 14 from WoW. Yeah, totally agree. I think there's a limit, right? But I 100% agree. The hardest EX fight to sync is Ramu. when it comes to ARR. When it comes to ARR. Do I agree with that? I think I agree with that, yeah. Yeah, I think remove's probably the most... Am I forgetting anything? Oh, I haven't unlocked all the extremes, but Shiva's not that hard. Remove's like got some stuff. You know, Earth's Font. I mean, Earth's Font's fine. World Eater's. Yeah, World Eater's not that bad. I mean, honestly, the only annoying thing is just the timing for the shield, which if you have down is fine. Thorn March doesn't have. Garuda's really not that bad. Battle of Ember's really not that bad. Yeah, yeah. I think Remove's definitely the hardest. I would say that, unless there's something I'm forgetting. There is naught to not be gained from dwelling on eventualities over, on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to be more immediate matters, informing Commander Bloedens of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that you will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? I did EX Remove and all the others, I remember it was hard. Yeah, well, okay, sorry. And if I'm making this seem like passingly simple, I don't mean to. For me, like, EX, like current EX is not particularly super hard, and it's like a reasonable challenge. And then you compare that, to, like, you know, to like when you get into current Savage and stuff. And so for me, like, that's the perspective I'm coming from. It's not to invalidate that it is a difficulty at all. I never synced them. Yeah, if you sync them, like I've Minai leveled no echoed sync them, and they're still not that bad. Mostly just because, like, if you understand the mechanics, it's pretty straightforward. Mentors dread seeing Ramu EX and Mentor roulettes. True, I can agree. Shiva isn't too bad, but bow form still gets people. Yeah, had that happen to me. We cleared. Is Earth's Font bad? No, Earth's Font can enrage, but like other than that, Earth's Font's not bad. It's really not. Like, honestly, I don't even think it's as hard as an EX. Like, some people say, like, oh, it's about comparable to an ARR EX, and it's like, I guess, maybe, but I don't think. I think it's just, like, the hardest normal fight. All right, this is all I logged out immediately after the cutscene for level 87 MSQ, and you get the insta-levers. Honestly, it's very rare for me to ever have insta-levers. The only time I've seen that is in dungeons where the, like, tank or healer just will not, like, hear anyone being like, hey, could you please try to do this, or can you help me with this, or yada yada, and they're just not responding and still just doing whatever they're doing, and people are like, I ain't got time for that. Earth's Font is bad if people don't know what they're doing. I mean, true, but, like, to be fair, most of them are bad if you don't know what you're doing at all. Earth's Font had a decent amount of heal through and enrage, but not too bad, yeah. Titan EX used to have extra difficulty thanks to the built-in lag, yeah. I hope in the future they would reconsider making Unreal Alliance raids. I don't know how you would do that meaningfully, though, because the thing is, like, I don't dislike the idea in theory, but, like, the problem, right, is that you have to have that level of difficulty cross-coordinating against 24 people, and I think, like, you already have Deliberum Regine Savage, which has its own fucking headaches, and a lot of people grumble about that in and of itself. I would say that if you're going to do that, you would have to make it not an Unreal-style content. I think you need to make it a perma-style content. You need to make it, like, just Crystal Tower Savage as a thing you can choose to do, because timing it, I think, would be miserable. I think alternatively, they could just make, like, an ultimate based around each Alliance raid once they, you know, catch up on all the ultimates or something like that. Because, you know, I mean, they're about to hit Omega, right? I mean, I guess it might be Warring Triad or whatever, but like, let's just assume the next one's Omega. If they're continuing at 2 per expansion, or 2 per through, like, patch cycle plus an expansion one, you know, they will eventually catch up. Aye, your sight for sore eyes. When the others come back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear, but not half as glad as my men'll be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our parts, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like the cause of celebration. Now, I know you have lots of places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Ormo Monastery has loads of insta-leaves. Really? I don't think I've ever had anyone insta-leave from Alliance raids. Maybe 1 or 2. Maybe, like, 1. I don't remember Earth's Font being hard, but it's been a while. It's relative, right, Keelhaul? It's all relative. So I don't think it's hard, but, you know, some people have different levels of struggle.
Who goes there?
Yeah,
oh, it's you.
If they continue at Lorraine, yeah.
Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But
it's everything. These small moments are everything. And I think the game emphasizes that over and over and over again. It's literally thematically the case.
It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Hydaelyn behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Eorzean, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Killed some dragons, did some shit. The church was evil, you know, the usual stuff. Okay, I traveled far and wide with two companions, Estinian and Yasiel, who were under some rather unique circumstances, I had the pleasure to fight alongside Sir Aymeric. When Alphinaud and I came at last to the Dravanian hinterlands, I definitely think that's the option.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
I mean, but even if you seize coils, this is like the first moment that like really concretes, I think, for the vast majority of players, like when they give a shit about Alice, I think far and away. God, Ardbert, I love you. I love your story.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
So good.
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scions' thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Fun fact, Arbor's voice actor is Gendry from Game of Thrones.
Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone.
It's interesting that they're in the Silver
With thine
Bazaar.
own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do
Maybe
but
they're in
this,
Vesper Bay.
and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
He struggles with it the whole way through. Doge MC as Arbors absolutely kills me. It's such a juggernaut of a performance. Yeah, he's so fucking good. Like, the thing is, he's really good in Heaven's War. He's good now. He's really good now. And then when he gets more to do, even in a couple quests from now, he's gonna be phenomenal. But like, the more he gets to do, the more like he's just real fucking good. He's one of for me, he's one of the S tiers. What? Oh, Elio, I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but a moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their retrospective investigations, both came across crates which had once been born Ishgard seals. To have seen that someone is in capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Tempest Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Aymeric believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they are too flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Eorzean another... Wait, where's Alice? She was here a moment ago with Gaboo. Giles also says, yes, Roose Bolton does Gaius' voice. And the thing is, like, his voice is so close between the two, it's crazy. But also he has a perfect voice for Gaius. It's so good. Has any VA ever gotten awards for their performance in this game? I don't know. Let me know if anyone does know. Haha, this Lala came to the tea tree. Where are they? There should be 4 more Grahas here. So, oh my god, people are coming to hang out now and just looking for our Grahas. Well, I guess you guys heard him. Also, if you guys want to make a Crystal, if you want to join our FC on Crystal Curl and make a Graha ult, there's a running gag and fun joke thing, I guess, where a bunch of the people in the guild have Graha ults and they all love hanging out on Crystal Curl at the tea tree. So, you know, if you ever want to make an ult and join the FC with that, there you go. It's always an option. Des, did you just log out to switch onto your Graha? God, guys, his voice is... Yeah, it is real good. So smooth, so soothing. Totally agree, Neo. It's fire. Actually, I think it really is more like buttery, gravelly water. I agree about Mog Station. It really sort of freaks me out that you can't just lose items you paid for real money for. They need a system like WoW, ESO, or Switch, or anything. Well, the problem is that they only have a limited amount of fundamental file. So the problem there is not, and this isn't to justify it being like, okay, it's fine, but it is the reality is that they only have a limited amount of account-wide slots that they can designate items for. So after those slots are fit up, they can never designate something as account-wide again. So effectively, they're trying to ration those. At least this is what I have read and come to understand. So. Yeah, that was more just aimed in response as to why they don't have a system like WoW, ESO, or SWTOR. Maybe. Yeah, that's what I thought, Dest. I mean, the reason I was crying at 10 a.m. on Wednesday was because we did everything. We did everything! Right, and still it came to this! And so, yeah, I agree, it's having more stuff that goes off. Okay, yeah, that I watch that scene just to watch that scene sometimes. Take notes for the eventual Gridania start alt. Yeah, the Lala needs their good luck Grahas. Yeah. Remind me, Red Hero, good to see you, glad to have you. Reminds me of Sephiroth's Graha Guild. I'm not familiar with that, but there you go. Or actually, I think I have heard of that at some point. Oh no, I know the issue with the account-wide thing. I'm just lamenting it. Yeah, that was more in response to Keel Hall specifically, Tim. But yeah, no, I totally get it's frustrating. There are things that I would probably be more likely to buy if it weren't for it. Same thing. Elio would have a lot more emotes because like I have most of the emotes that you can purchase on my main, but I don't want to repurchase them on Elio, so. Let me guess, is it time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Jesus, that's a lot of Grahas. Brother, Commander Bloden, something tells me you're not solely here for the concern of his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given the chance until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If I hadn't risked the neck to warn us and helped you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to, and I know I can't possibly understand. Mayhap there's nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again, and with your love for them. And never, ever forget. Come along, little one.
I will remember them. And you, Alice, say, thank you.
I would like to point out that that little fucking baby kobold did something that almost no other individual in the history of Eorzea has done in literally being able to fight their tempering and maintain some sense of self while holding strong. So Just a friendly reminder. If Gabu makes you cry, it's even more sad than that. And powerful. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A thousand times over, there will be a reckoning. Our world, our lives. Balmung has Asian Hooters. I would 100% have Drindil and Neza ladies outfit. This isn't even all of us. I think WoW has his beat there with the Scarlet Scourge. Katsuyuki Konishi, the Japanese VA for Hien, got an award of the Seiyu Awards in 2015, but he's been in a lot of anime. Yeah, I don't think that wouldn't have been, because especially 2015, Stormblood wouldn't have been out yet. But yeah, thanks for checking on that, Elias. So probably not then. There's a lot of award-winning Japanese voice actors who do work on 14. That is true. I need to get going driving home. See you, Deathberry. I hope everyone has a great rest of the day. Thank you for the great stream again. Always, Deathberry. I'm glad to have you. Hope you have a good drive home. Credit Alice for that. Gabu, the most unsung badass in Eorzean history. Definitely one of them. Also, Alala was so hyped to run over when I told her that Grahas were back. That's so cute. My heart has not been filled with such joy thanks to this Lala who wished for Graha luck before raids. That's fantastic, guys. Well, I mean, maybe now we just got to keep recruiting more Grahas. Oh, what? Renee Zegger hasn't even gotten an award? How? Yeah, I don't know that any of them have. She needs her Graha rating luck. Gabu reminds me of a little bit of Kikuk, the kobold who we adopted in one of my D&D campaigns who ended up as a paladin of Bahamut. Nice. JP FF14 cast is stacked. It's true. A lot of famous Seiyus. I will say that like the fact that 14 isn't stacked with super recognizable names, other than like some British actors who come up because if you're hiring from on contract for like British voice houses and stuff, there's a lot of crossover. I love that because you get a lot of people who are fucking really good who have never like really gotten their due. So I will definitely say that. I mean, to be fair, like ARR was stacked with some famous American voice actors, and it suffered like they weren't that great. It wasn't very good. So, Oh my god, I'm just watching all the Grahas log in. I don't need the original Merleweb back. I like Krea's voice. I like current Merleweb as well. I like original Merleweb. Original Merleweb is one of the few Merlewebs where I like both equally. And I like both of them a lot. I think original Merleweb is very good. Graha is in Bridgerton. Yes! Yes, he is. Jonathan... Oh, I'm forgetting his name. But yes, he's in Bridgerton. And if he did cameos, had a cameo account, I definitely would be using that as a weapon. I think we have enough Grahas to make a full party. But do we have enough... Until we have enough Grahas to make a full alliance raid, I'm not happy. No. You know what I want? An FFXIV D&D one-shot with the Matt Mercer as a DM or a Brennan. No, Bailey. What is everyone screaming no about? We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomoro too, my friends. By the grace of the 12 in your most valiant efforts, the people of Limpsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friends to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Gurun oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every humble calamity. 7 times they have succeeded, then of 10 and 3 only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Menphilia speaketh unto thee. 6 including the source, worth remembering. And so we go to 1, so there are only 4, well, and the 13th, so, well... Depends if the 13th counted, but there are only a very small subset of reflections for us to go to left. Chris Pratt is Warrior of Light. Fuck, don't even joke about that. I'm screaming no for Chris Pratt voice. Okay. I must have missed that. Yeah, let's not do that and pretend we don't. We all did queue for Crystal Tower one time. Cray was amazing. Without her back. I can't be happy without her back. She's the only AR voice I think was genuinely better. I think there are a lot of people who agree with you. I think as we played through, there are other people who have agreed with you on that Keel Hall. But I really like the actress who plays Merle both in this and other things that she's been in. Chris Pratt's personality, the boy can't act. I mean, he can do leading man energy, but I don't know, like he can act given certain stuff, but doesn't have a lot of range. Are there any headpieces that kind of look cool like cat ears? Yes, there are. I believe. I'm sure there are. I know there is at least one. It might be a Halloween item though. The ones from Chloe and the werewolf from the store. Yeah, I'm thinking of werewolf from the store. Oh right, you get the Tamamo headband from Chloe. Oh right, because it would have been a Halloween item, so it actually would have become a store item. I really hope they do going to more reflections of the future. They will, especially with 6.x going the way we will. Literally, it is a major thematic, it's like a major background element and story thing going on that has been built up for a long time and being emphasized more and more and more about basically the reflections that exist being interconnected at some point. It's gonna happen. It's not gonna be 7.0. I would bet money it's not gonna be 7.0. If not just because Endwalker and Shadowbringers were already very cosmic-y, but like whereas like there's Mirror City and New World to hit on the source really needs to be hit on at this point and make a lot of thematic sense to hit on. But I wouldn't be surprised 8.0 or whatever. But yeah, it's gonna happen.
As for what becometh of these reflections when they are sort of rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul sundereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the Warrior of Darkness succeeds, everyone in their world will die. It is the essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the reunification of the flesh, and the subsequent return to the life screen. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner of the Warrior of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void where none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life, the essence of a soul, which returneth unto the source, may be born anew, saved, such at least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make that choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. 'Twould seem that the several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered unto the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegan, strange, are you, and you believe this to be the work of some Ishgardian smuggler who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgur.
That happened in ARR.
The individual who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to groups devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Aline Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it's not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they even know or care who their new employer is. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance group which received crystals without delay. Elio, Alice, will you come with me to Little Alamigo?
I do think Mirror City is the most likely candidate. I think there's lots of reasons to argue other things, though.
Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand.
I think it would make a lot of sense to do a bunch of Ishgard or a bunch of Ilsabard stuff, and then also Mirror City. I think you could work it that way. I think if they wanted to do something wild, they could split Mirror City and New World and do it like the same way they did for Stormblood. I would just suggest that I think the most likely outcome is to be a very terrestrial focused. Especially with even the fact that we did Shadowbringers, Endwalkers, and now 6.x is also itself reflection focused. I think it would make a change of pace, and we know that Yoshi-P likes to do changes of pace.
May you ever walk in the light of the crystal.
Alice is so done with his shit. I think he did a good job in Terminal List. I think he's getting better and just gets typecast too hard. Elias said that to what? Chris Pratt? Yeah.
Alphinaud, Alice, Elio, are you there? Are you three listening? Good, I have tidings.
I would also even point out to like broad things, like if you look at some of the performing and acting he does in something like Infinity War, I think he does actually a pretty phenomenal job. If you, so I do think, like, one, it also depends on the stuff he's given, and I think he chooses a lot of things that are very, like, focused on leading man energy rather than, like, interesting acting or acting choices more often than not. But I do think the man's capable. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoner yielded confirmation they were in an employ of an, I hope you're sitting down on this one, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too. What few remained, regrettably it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Aymeric means men no longer have need of my service, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Ah, wait a moment. There's more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Elaine Royale, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Y'shtola next, but there's someone else who you would have me notify first? No, there's not. But would there be an X-Pack about reflection or just instance areas? I think if you were going to do, I think if you didn't want to just repeat Shadowbringers, I think you would just do, I think you could do repeat Shadowbringers in essence and also do like just an entire expansion on one reflection. I think I would just start doing cross-reflection, multiple reflections in one, especially when you think about how they're hiring more people and trying to expand scope and stuff. And you think about the expanse and scope from like Shadowbringers and Endwalker compared to something like Heavensward even, in terms of the amount of content, the amount of stuff, amount of voice acting, all that. I would think that would be a likely outcome, but... you know, who can say? Because you would want more variety. What in the world has gotten into her? It's twice now that we have sought Urianger's aid, and the twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of the grandfather's most dedicated pupils and spent as much time as the Levieur estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, Little Alamigo awaits. If you enjoy the stream and aren't a member of Discord, why not come join us at https://discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Yeah, absolutely, you should come join the Discord. It is a good time, and we do a lot of talking there. Honestly, I need to do some more talking there. I've been so caught up in some other, man, I'm so swamped lately, and drained. But also, I will tell you that, guys, that every time I see you guys talking, or it's like sharing screenshots or sharing stuff in fur babies or consumables even, it makes me really happy to be a part of like a community, to come in and like see you guys talking and stuff. Even if I don't have the time to get right back to people. I do want to see the Reptoid guys from Erisidia. Yeah, the people of Zervain, like Zervain's people. I was thinking, how likely is it for an Ascian to defect and become a Scion? For those that still exist, I would think relatively unlikely, though the pathway to their... Well, if their soul is still tempered, one might argue that we know how to undo tempering, and then we may be able to restore the fraction of that self that has been risen by the convocation. I mean, you have things like Gaia already. Actually, Gaia doesn't seem to be tempered, which actually... Well, oh, but she doesn't have the memories. That's why she's not tempered. Because they explained that in 5.x. So, I don't know that an Ascian would defect in and of itself, but could we potentially cure one of their tempering, and could they potentially join us if any are still around currently, which there are multiple that are unaccounted for? Yeah, could happen. I don't know how likely it is, but it could happen. I haven't seen Terminalis yet. Check it out. I wish they'd bring back the Ivy. She was kind of an interesting character on my second playthrough, plus a lot of her criticisms were 100% on point. Yeah, I do think her criticism and stuff stay around. And yeah, I think she would be an interesting character to have to contend with more of. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, but also her methodology wasn't. Oh, forgive me, and it has been a long day. Did you have something to say? Urianger, oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Elio, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his
So to review, we are reliably informed that the members of the Alamegan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our tasks being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Elio, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alice and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Is this the first time we get to see the Griffin? I forgot it was 3.4. Jesus, so much freaking happens in 3.4. It's okay to feel drained. Yeah, honestly, it's not that feeling drained isn't a problem. I'm not, I'm fine feeling drained and even being drained. My main thing is I don't have the energy lately to produce as much content that I'd like for the channel. And the thing is, if you don't produce content regularly, your channel will, you know, dwindle some. It's just like, it happens with YouTube. They don't suggest things as much. And also I haven't produced so much stuff that like draws people in. And I like the community being vibrant. And so I do feel a certain level of responsibility to make sure that I'm constantly making sure that there is people coming in for people to engage with and be, you know, and make new friends and new engagements. I like the amount of you guys I've seen become friends, like totally disconnected from anything I've been a part of, has been incredibly lovely. That's more where the frustration lies. Eh? The resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be able any use to them. If you're sore by all these tales of the secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the masks' bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it.
Also, if you're not aware, I think we pointed out last time we were here, but this is where the Ralgr stone for the 12 is. Which makes sense when you think about it.
Aye, let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. Well, he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart. He's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke.
Man, I can't believe the Griffin is introduced. Gaboo, the Warriors of Darkness stuff comes to it. Like, Jesus, what a patch.
I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems that'll be the talk of little Alamigo these days. Folks wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a blood legion if they knew where he was. Your guess is as good as mine.
For context, my friend list was quite empty before I found this community. Oh, I can think of nothing to make me feel... I'm glad I could have any part in that test, and I hope it continues to be a wonderful thing for you. So many foundations for later stuff and patches. I love it. Oh yeah, there's the level to which they're so good at setting up shit, both like for the coming expansion, but also like 2 expansions ahead. And that's like the amount of times. Think about 3.4 and the Warriors of Darkness and how all of that is for Shadowbringers. Now think about 6.x and the events in that. Maybe that setup's not for the immediate 7.0, and maybe a lot of that stuff's more setting up for major events down the line.
I suppose I should ask what you've learned, but I think I already know.
What? I'm just looking down and I'm seeing a bunch of Grahas screaming about Borgers.
This Graha seems to be the... Oh, this Griffin. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite this growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal, though I feel
Now they're just fucking with us.
Though I feel confident that this is the group of which they received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leaders to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead? Shall we?
I've been a slacker with the community due to personal life bullshit. Yeah, I don't expect... Everyone's got their own stuff. And, like, sometimes also, like, you either don't want to engage with people or the community's not doing it for you or, like, whatever. You know, it's like... There's no expectation that people need to, like, be a part of things. But, you know, I appreciate it, I enjoy it, and I want to foster it. Though I've never really been social anyways. Yeah. Hugs for all the friends, past, present, and future. Exactly, Willow. Exactly.
Much as it pleased me to see you again, Elio, I can't help but wonder if it should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions.
6.2 started addressing the tiny loose ends with redacted, and that's so cool of them to do that because 13th and the void sends ECC 20. Yeah. Yep. Didn't even think of it all at the time. Yeah, I was waiting for that, so when they did, I was like, yes. The Griffin? I know of him, and as do we all. He and his mass had become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was a suspicion at first given the secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilrid. I was blind to the dangers of his ambitions. You were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart.
How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him.
Long Branch! Good to see you, glad to have you. Hello, forever archivist. Remember to chap your lips. To chap your lips? No, don't lick them now. Dry lips have an ass. I do not have chapstick, but I do have water. Issa, I now associate you with drinking, but also Popeyes. So I think I'm gonna go get Popeyes after this. Because thanks to you, I drank, and now I'm hungry. Joke's on you, I just put on chapstick prior to you saying that. There you go. Fuck, I want Popeyes now. Demins, let's get Popeyes together. You want to go on a road trip? Long Branch, you want Popeyes? Shall we go on a road trip? You are now manually breathing.
Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Popeyes is bomb. I want Popeyes now too. Guys, let's go on a road trip. Let's T road trip for Popeyes and nothing else. No other reason.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home.
I don't know about this voice actor, guys. I think he's a little bit...
We abandoned them,
sloppy.
The meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now.
I'm gonna need you all to be here on
Not
Tuesday.
a fraction as merciful.
And I'm gonna need everyone to be ready.
Eorzean alliance
you know
will
what
do
for.
not to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they
Amber,
will
good to see you,
not
glad to have you.
act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us, they have enslaved us, and they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands.
3.5, lady. That's Baelsar's wall. That's when he says the line.
I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends.
Next week, Tuesday.
Power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gir Arbania once more.
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
At first I thought his voice was actually a good performance, but obnoxious, and then I thought, is it because of his accent? It's like Mancunian? I don't want to be rude. Do you just have a problem with Mancunian accents? And then I heard the rest of the Alamegans, I was like, nope, just him. Okay, good.
For Alamigo! If you had a chance to change your fate, would ya?
That's Irish, I think. I'm pretty sure Merida is Irish, right? Because Manchester's not in Ireland, but admittedly sounds close. Scottish? She's Scottish? Okay. I wasn't sure because of the hair. It is Europe. That's like saying, like, yes, people in Midwest sound just like people who speak Creole. They all sounded. No, I don't think they do.
Oh, if you had a chance to change, would you fit? Would you? A wee bit? Wee bit.
Words cannot express how glad I am to see that you are both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Elia would be fine.
The Crystal Brave never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea.
But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time?
Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance.
That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while.
When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Olorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and the General Raban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited.
You could have just teleported to the Waking Sands. Well, I guess you couldn't have teleported to West Ray, but you could have teleported to Horizon.
If we had a chance to cleanse your fate, would you? Yeah! To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me a little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it.
To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communication with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Curious is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think that man we saw besieging all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support.
I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he was responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we have participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the imposters, the masks.
Yida. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, we've heard the Griffins were due to give a speech, and we thought it might be a good opportunity to give it a better sense of the man behind the, well, to get a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole truth of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin?
Wait, what? No, really? Papalymo's voice actor is Euless as well? Is that true? That's so cool! Thanks, Neo. I had no idea. You see this, kids? This is called foreshadowing. Interesting how they're drawing attention to Yida's masks now. Yeah.
Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin? Well, the man is an enigma. I can't say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be a mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me.
Oh, hey, damn, you got a Graha ult? Do we have Ray Ray or someone around to invite you to the FC?
Indeed. That is assuming you'll have us.
Of course. I really like the Manchester accent. Me too, Artemis. I love the vocal color of the Alamegans added to the tapestry of 14. Totally agree. I also applaud the Griffin's performance as Max Punchable. Yep. Agreed on all four fronts. I'm on? Cool. First thing first, empty my Mog Mail of all the stuff. Yeah, every time you make an ult.
If it is as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose the question is double. Given his role as a group de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates, and while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plan in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without suitable incentive. Jesus Christ, 3.4 is so long! My plan is as follows. You and Alphinaud will pose his adventures fallen in hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Yid and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements, and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. Within our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look at the part that we might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Tailbot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions?
We'll have to get the level 10 to unlock airships.
Yeah. It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Elio, let us be off.
Oh, I think that was Alphinaud, not Papalymo, but that's fine. The Grahas are spreading. Papalymo and Euless are both Nigel Plinkington. What else does he do? I genuinely did not hear Euless in Papalymo's performance, which is really impressive. Because Euless is very distinctive. Thorgalamald! God, I love Euless. Oh, I'm so excited to. I have to do the final from the Dawn, Tales of the Dawn short story. With the Euless one, because it's so good. I think it's might be the best one. It's not the most lore-dense one, but it is, like, it's so good. I mean, all four of them have been phenomenal. He's also Gen and Shadowbringer. Oh! You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part in it. Man, so he's been around the whole time. Well, you're the ones with the gill, and seeing as your friends at Papalymo. There, tunic slops for the both of you, and tailored and are treated to your tastes. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I'll go and change and see you at the spots Papalymo marked on our maps. Is it the shepherd's tunic? Well, wear the shepherd's tunic and slops. Okay. Yeah. I love that I still have the gauntlets and the sword, the spear, and it's just like, yeah, I ain't gonna question that. 3.4. You want Shadowbringers? You want Alisay? You want Kobold development? You want Alamigo setup? Cause you're getting it. Batters us with a hammer. Yeah, just like, damn. And a good, decent dungeon, and like, 3.4 would have been, second tier of Alexander? No. Yes. No, third tier of Alexander, not second. Final tier of Alexander as well. If it's the cadence is the same. I may be wrong about that, though. It should be, though. Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. It's true. Notice that this video has far more people watching it than liked it, because that's usually how it goes. It's YouTube. Fun fact, he played a character called Squirrel Nutkin in some show called Peter Rabbit. You heard it here, guys. Thancred's Nutkin, secretly just Euless, secretly just Papalimo the whole time. I threw a screen grab into Shadow General Gun, that's not even all the stuff because that doesn't even count the gear.
Well, look at us, a pair of down-on-the-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice.
Alphinaud, you're 16. What past glories? If you go back 2 years, you're like... You haven't even hit your Elzen growth spurt yet, my friend. You may legally be an adult by Charlian standards, but that does not mean you're a big boy.
And now we play the waiting game.
I will say the Griffin's outfit is a good outfit, man.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance
There's her
earlier
voice.
didn't fool us.
I think...
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
For Alamigo!
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
It's really worth remembering in a fucked up... It's fucked up, but it's really worth remembering. Ilbert's plan worked.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Emulger?
Because his plan with Shinryu is not just to win
aside from a lack of crystals,
but to force
none.
the issue.
But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
Elegant elastic.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
That's definitely my favorite MacGuffin from now on. Elegant elastic.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Do they specify it? I don't know. If they do, but it's not...
Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them.
If I'm not
because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there
you
is.
You saved me too once.
Right!
Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed.
Yeah.
But that was a lifetime ago.
Oh, buddy.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I don't remember it specifically, but let's not focus on that right now.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Galen, yeah, you get the answers in Dark 6070. Right. I love how so interconnected all that stuff is. I think, you know what I think that also means? I'm certain then, I don't know that they always state it. I bet you, and it makes sense, right? Ishikawa probably wrote all of, or not all of, but a lot of 3.4. If you think about how many of those elements from it come back up both in Shadowbringers and other content that she wrote. Papalymo underrated. Papalymo, I don't think Papalymo is underrated. I think just Papalymo ultimately, sadly, gets underused. But I think what he ends up getting is phenomenal for when he's around. I don't know if you noticed this on your playthrough, but when Ilbert insults the Ivy, he says, "I'd give me arm before I betrayed the Comer." Yeah, we did. Yeah. We laughed at a lot of stuff like that.
Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face. Besides, it's not as if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forwards together, Alio. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back.
Oh, one life, one world. Here we go, guys.
If we talk to the Great Double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere from within Zanrak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must appraise Alice of all we have learned. We'll join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed.
Get ready for some fucking emotions. I don't know if you know. Bro, everyone please to go old Charlie and do the quest from the last stand, deliver a sandwich. Please do it for me, but more importantly, do it for Papalymo. Yep. I won't say why, but I mean, broadly, I would say always do every side quest especially as the story has gone along. Like Endwalker, almost all of the side quests are worth doing for a bunch of different reasons because of like the amount of story and stuff that they can add in and like context stuff or little pieces of like lovely storytelling. But definitely do all of the Charlian quests, and there's definitely at least one that will break your heart. Gonna try and log on and transfer real quick so I can do the dungeon with y'all. Is it a dungeon? I think it's an instance fight, isn't it?
Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings.
Oh, right, because Thancred actually has to travel. You can't teleport.
You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Hydaelyn and Papalymo were here all along? Well, you still will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zahar, without delay.
Yeah, Baelsar's Wall is next week.
Agreed. If there's naught else to discuss, let us depart at once.
That said, Demins, I will always love to have you around. And I may like go like sit down and hang out with people over at the tea tree a little bit after we're done.
And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on stage, wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am the author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again.
Quinn, good to see you, glad to have you. Sloppy! Yes, next week we'll be get sloppy. But Monday we gotta do the Warring Triad. So don't forget, we'll be doing the Warring Triad. If you want to join in, you will be able to join in. We'll be doing groups up for them. We depending on if we have more people than slots, we may swap it up as we go along. But we'll see.
I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions. Not until we have braved the bowel of the embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal.
Every time you get that warning, man, you're like, oh man, I'm about to be in for something, aren't I? Nope. So Four Infinity is medieval New Vegas. Well, it's not really medieval. No, I mean, if anything, it's industrial, like it's...
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
Ah, the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Kick his ass, Thancred.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle, defend me!
Good, Carby.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphinaud? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at his, and defend this realm with all my might!
Let's
Kicking ass! Let's do it, boys. Grahas have become a council of wisdom. Carbuncles are great. Carbies are talented. They're very good at fetch. Thank goodness fetch. Red Mage Alizé! We've come too far to sacrifice too much to stop now. Okay, so I'm not gonna fight Arbor because he's got cover. You think you are the only ones to be drowned in sorrow?
You shall fall soon enough.
Dude, is that Carby 1v1ing her? Man, no Carbies are fucking awesome. Ah, fuck. Wrong time to backtrack. The Ray of Darkness calls upon the power of the Echo. Interesting. Is this the power of the Echo? Using our own weapon against us, boys. That's cheating! Oh, that must be what it's like to fight Trials.
No more games!
Oh boy, not good. Kicking ass and tanking names. Oh no, curiously, Alizé doesn't actually fight like a Red Mage until post Stormblood, if I recall. She fights like a Gladiator, not at all. Yeah, well, I mean, this doesn't effectively exist in game, so it's a custom thing, basically.
It ends now.
So the animations and all that weren't set up. Here we go, guys.
What? The chains. You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Eorzean!
Shocker! Oh no! He's hot!
Mine apologies, Master
Oh, look at
Alphinaud.
him. Look at him
That
go.
the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now,
It's time
may
for
I assume
drama.
you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady.
Gotta love him. Oh, beautiful. Oh.
By thy leave.
Glorious. Glorious. Guys, I'm so excited. My Eorzean cosplay is almost done. I'm thinking I will
Even
do it for
odds,
Halloween
then.
or something.
No matter. We'll
It's
crush the
Eorzean
lot of you
stream
in
love
one
time.
fell swoop.
Yeah, Demenz, you said it perfectly. God, I love this absolute fucking nerd. Utter theater kid.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
Trying to beat us at our own game? Ha!
I must have more ether.
This is why everyone's afraid of Red Mage Limit Break 3. I've given her all I can. The rest is up to you. You heard the man. Leave the fighting to us.
The ether. Ugh, it's not enough.
Caution, Elio. You mustn't channel so much at once. Now, Blazon, kill him while he's weak. Okay, nice. Focus on him. God, I love backflipping. I'm gonna miss that. I really am. Onto our blade we render our aether, that fortune may favor us today. Ah, I gotta knock him out first. There we go.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
One more time. Eorzean, if you can't handle me and my masked man, you don't deserve me. Am I posing with my Astrologian deck? This is ours. Well, okay, technically this is not... Technically, I think officially, the Warrior of Light's theme is not torn from the heavens, but it effectively has absolutely become the Warrior of Light theme, and I will hear no umbrage there. But yeah, this is torn from the heavens. That's what this theme is. And you hear it, you'll hear it a lot all over the game in multiple different motifs and themes, and it reappears very often. And it is used in association, a version of it is used in association with the Warriors of Darkness as well. This is torn from the heavens. This is absolutely. Bum 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 bum. Red Mage on the Big 3 is just Ultima on a lesser scale, basically. For Ultima. Well, I mean, I wish you were trying, and I mean, they were still able to come back as long as they had the echoes, so. I think I accidentally left them up. Got them all down instead of leaving one of them up. Oh, another Graha joined the FC. We hold the line, Elio, but you must. You must. Working on it. Okay, now he's not focusing on me. Here we go. Time to end it.
'Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
No. Not like this.
Yeah, basically. Ba-na-na-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-na-bum, bum, 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 bum. That's the Torn from the Heavens theme.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal. Wait!
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
Yep.
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought. And we fought and we fought until there was no one left to fight. We won. And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No, because that's the same thing that they used for Ultima at certain points. It's like it's a version of that form that's used.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
And those we can yet save.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Yeah, it's the one that their group is missing, if you look at it. I mean, it says crystals are more associated with Hydaelyn than they are any of the 12. And now one of the best cutscenes in the game. And there's a lot of great cutscenes. It's one of them.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Hydaelyn, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the first, The light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Like, they're even focusing and emphasizing on the
Now
13th.
you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
I've seen this cutscene so many times. One of my favorite lines is also coming up at the end of this one, too. And a big part of it's how it's
As the Ascians
delivered.
must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Eorzean, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
He trusted in his friend, what she would want.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
And that's really an important thing that I think some people miss in that scene.
You would go alone then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
This is the part that hits me the hardest.
Hear me, servants of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home.
And this final lines to the Warrior of Light.
We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
Tis a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Have a good time at work. There are the Keeper of the Moons. There's a limited amount of names that they have, and a lot of the names are very, very old. And so, like, a lot of the Keeper of the Moon names repeat often. So yeah, the Leopold's like that. I wouldn't say it's like Smith, but yeah, it's definitely a repeating thing. And I think everyone forgets this, which is Flamine.
Thank you, Flamine, for everything.
It would seem we are in southern Thanalin again. Minfilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way. The Warriors of Darkness, too. I cannot help but I wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish.
Okay. We're actually over time by a bit, so we actually got to end up... Hold up. There, I'm going to return to the tea tree real quick to check in on you guys. But yeah, see y'all. I think everybody's about to start heading out anyway, so let me just come say goodbye, and then I will see any of you guys who want to watch on Thursday when we in theory have our Final Fantasy we're on Final Fantasy 2, but we're replaying through all the Final Fantasy games currently. Wednesday, tomorrow will be a new video that'll probably just be a short and maybe a couple shorts. Holy moly, look at all that Grahas. And Bunny Graha? Oh no, what am I getting traded? Oh no. Borger indeed. Borger indeed. Okay, now I'm one of these days I'm gonna have to like just spend my Fantasia. Well, I guess I can use the hairstylist, but I was about to say use my Fantasia to just like make Eorzean Graha. Is that what we're gonna have to do? God, it is spreading. It's getting worse. Oh God. Monday, Tuesday, next week will be Triple Warrior Triad if you want to join for that, and 3.5, and then we're going, and 3.55, and then we're going in Stormblood, baby. After that, Wednesdays new videos. Thursday is me and Neri stream. Friday is Lore Book Club, which we will be having Lore Book Club this week. If you haven't signed up for it, if you could go over the Discord and just click confirm that you'll be showing up so I know how many people, because I have different preparations for if it's like 3 people than if it's like 10 or more. On Saturday is the MSQ, or not MSQ, oh my God, is community stream. If someone has a thing that they want to take care of, let me know. If not, I'm just going to be like, okay, I want to get this mount, so I'm going to work on that. And then if you people want to join in, that's good too. But that's up to you. So if anyone has anything they want to work on, you can feel free to @me in the Discord. Speaking of, we have a Discord. Go join it if you haven't already. It's a great place to socialize and know when new things are coming out, or streams are starting, and all that sort of stuff. Sundays I technically have off. If you like written lore, go check out our website, eorzeanarchives.com, where Neri writes a bunch of different good lore like that. But yeah. Clearly Bean is the noon. Very good, Bean, very good. Literally what I was thinking. Lala Plague versus Graha Plague. Oh no, Lala Tia. I forgot for how through the MSQ I am till I can go to Limsa. Pretty early. It's first 15 levels. It's not that long in. So which one is the noon and which ones are the breeding harem? I'm pretty sure it's definitely Beans the noon. Let's all be real. So I guess to end it off, I'm gonna eat a burger in front of the Grahas. And with that said, I hope all of you have a wonderful evening, and hopefully I can finish off the work I need to get done, and then in theory rest. I'm looking forward to spending time with you guys as we get into Stormblood, and I think Stormblood right now has been one of the ones I've been the most eager to review, because I have really fond memories of Stormblood, and Stormblood has mixed impressions from everyone else, and I find often, so to go back through it will be interesting to see if my opinion lowers or raises. I'll probably come hang out at the tea tree with Reggie once I get around to unlocking Limsa. Yeah, sounds good. Love to have you. And don't forget, if you want to join the FC, you can talk to me, Ray, Jubilant, Vinthina, or Issa if you want to get an invite, or Tethys once they're back. So yeah. You know what? Actually, there's one thing I want to do. We didn't do the boy this stream, so. Hey, buddy. Can you wave? Do you want down? You good? Oh, now you want to go down. Here. And with that, I've been Ellie Forsteron. Have a good evening, everyone. Cheers.